Got really quiet. Supervisor Ding is in the house. He said he was only going to be on for 2 minutes. He said to start without him. All right. Good morning and welcome to the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday, October the 7th. We will now have a moment of silence, silent reflection, or silent prayer in memory of former Sheriff Baxter Dunn, who served from 1991 to 2005. Thank you. Supervisor Rickman, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
All right, thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Supervisor Gardia,
Present.
Supervisor Dollywall,
Present.
Supervisor Ding,
Here.
Supervisor Rickman,
Here.
and Chair Canepa.
Here. All right, at this time, we will start with recognitions.
Thank you, Chair. Our first proclamation today is the proclamation of October 2025 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month in San Joaquin County. And I would like to invite the District Attorney Ron Freitas, Prevail representatives, and any other of our community organizations that partner to bring this forward today as I read the proclamation, which states, whereas on October 6, 1989, the President of the United States of America designated October as National Domestic Violence Awareness Month. And whereas the theme for National Domestic Violence Awareness Month in 2025 is With Survivors Always. This theme allows us to explore what it means to be in partnership with survivors towards safety, support, and solidarity. And whereas locally and across the United States and its territories, thousands of victims seek services for domestic violence programs and shelters on a daily basis. And whereas the impact of domestic violence is wide-ranging, directly affecting individuals, families, and societies as a whole, here in this community, throughout the United States, and across the world. And whereas the need for safe housing remains a critical and urgent priority for survivors of domestic violence. And whereas San Joaquin County stands with others across California and the nation in supporting victims of domestic violence, as well as local programs, state coalitions, national organizations, and other agencies nationwide that are dedicated to increasing public awareness and providing essential services. And whereas through the San Joaquin County Family Justice Center, in partnership with Victim Witness, Child Abuse Prevention Council, Prevail, Department of Child Support Services, Probation, Chest of Hope, San Joaquin Pride Center, Uplift All Foundation, Community Medical Center, and the Domestic Violence Task Force, victims are provided with comprehensive, trauma-informed services that are essential for their safety, healing, and justice. Now therefore be it resolved that the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim the month of October 2025 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month, presented this 7th day of October 2025. Chair Canepa.
Thank you. Look at all these partners here doing great work in our community. District Attorney Freitas and the Probation Department were at the Delta College kickoff last week to kick off violence prevention. And it was really alarming. We did the sessions outside of it, and the folks and the triggers of the people that were in the room, I mean, there was more tears in that room than you could. It was just absolutely amazing, the people that were suffering and the people that were healing and the problems that people had. And it's you folks that are in this room that give those people a voice, because domestic violence is awful. The mental anguish and the abuse, not only physical, but mentally, are amazing. And the partnership and the teamwork that we have here in San Joaquin County is a testament to our caring. So, DA Freitas, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman Canepa, Vice Chairman Dollywall, Administrator Regalo. It's our honor to come here today before you for the start of Domestic Violence Awareness Month, a time to reaffirm our commitment to supporting survivors, holding offenders accountable, and strengthening the safety of our community. I want to begin by expressing my sincere gratitude to the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors for declaring October as Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Your continued leadership and commitment to this cause with the County Administrator's Office, sends a powerful message to victims and survivors across our county. They are seen, they are heard, and they are supported. Your action today is more than a proclamation. It's a promise. It's a promise that San Joaquin County stands united together in the fight against domestic violence and in the pursuit of safety and justice for every individual and every family. I want to take a moment to thank our partners, law enforcement, private, public, faith-based. We cannot do it without you. Some of our partners are here today, such as Prevail. This collaboration is the foundation of our shared mission to protect victims, hold offenders accountable. Teamwork truly makes the dream work. And for county partners, I have two of the absolute best, the great Sheriff Pat Withrow and Probation Chief Steve Jackson. And our law enforcement chiefs, Chief Stan McFadden from the Stockton Police Department, who's also here today, and Captain Richard Berries of the Lathrop Police Department. Thank you for your work. Thank you for your investigations. Thank you for what you do for our victims. I also like to recognize individuals in my office, Director Gabrielle Warrigi and Director Alexis Wilbur of the Family Justice Center. Last year, they provided a record number of services to victims, the record number in our 175-year history. Also, my vertical prosecution unit that solely prosecutes domestic violence, led by Chief Mark Dennings, Supervising Deputy District Attorney Danielle Pirano, and filled with dedicated investigators and prosecutors who work tirelessly every single day. And it wouldn't be complete without recognizing Nala, the Wonder Dog. Domestic violence affects every community, every neighborhood, and often hides behind closed doors. It does not discriminate by age, race, income, or background. And while prosecution is a critical part of response, it's not the only one. And the numbers are staggering. 20 people per minute are physically abused every single minute, 20 people by an intimate partner. In San Joaquin County, that's 1 every 22 minutes. 41% of the women, 26% of the men have experienced some form of intimate partner violence. Nearly 60% of all children have seen domestic violence in their household. And the costs, $3.6 trillion in costs of medical services, lost productivity, and criminal justice expenses. So our work is equally about prevention, education, and collaboration, building bridges between law enforcement, advocacy groups, and community organizations to ensure that victims know they are not alone, that help exists, and that hope is possible. So I come here today before you with this ask for domestic violence support as well. Join us in supporting this cause. Wear purple. Educate yourself on domestic violence and the warning signs. If you know somebody in a domestic violence situation, urge them to get help. If you see something, say something, do something. Together with all of our partners, our community advocates, and the leadership of this board of supervisors, we can continue to build a San Joaquin County where every person feels safe in their home and where justice and hope truly go hand in hand. Thank you, Board of Supervisors, for this proclamation and recognition, and to all of you here today for your unwavering support and dedication to this mission, to standing on the side of hope and justice and safety. Thank you.
Thank you.
And one of our favorite partners, Stephanie Player from Prevail.
Thank you, Chairman Canepa, members of the board, for this proclamation and for continuing to shine a light on domestic violence during this Awareness Month. Today's proclamation reflects the strength of our community's coordinated response. From the DA's office and its Victim Witness and Family Justice Center teams to advocates like ours at Prevail, each of us plays a part in a continuum of care. ensuring that survivors have support at every stage from crisis to healing and beyond. And what makes Prevail unique is that we really bridge that critical space between crisis and healing, continuing to walk alongside survivors long after the immediate danger has passed and really helping them to build new lives with dignity and hope. In this past year, Prevail served over 1,000 survivors. We received almost 2,000 calls to our 24-hour crisis lines, and we helped to assist those with that were petitioning for restraining orders, over 500 restraining orders. And then we served over 400 clients in our domestic violence shelters. Those numbers continue to grow year after year. And behind each of those numbers is a person with a story, like the mother who arrived at her shelter with her 2 kids in the middle of the night, with nothing but the clothes on their backs and nowhere else to turn, no family to turn to. And she was unsure of what tomorrow would hold. And she now has her own apartment and a job that she loves and childcare to support that. Or the survivor who came to us initially just needing help filing for a restraining order, and through ongoing counseling has found her voice again and is now mentoring others that have walked in the same path. One client recently told us, "This is the first place where I feel heard." And that shift from fear to actually feeling seen and valued and supported is really what our mission is about. So these are the quiet victories that happen every day in our work, often unseen. And because of strong partnerships across our community, it really takes all of us, from law enforcement, advocates, elected officials, community organizations, and neighbors, to really make safety possible. So I want to thank you so much for recognizing this work, for elevating the voices of survivors, and for standing with us in building a community where everyone can live free of violence. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Garcia.
Yeah, domestic violence is just unacceptable, and I feel very blessed that we have a team that's representing our county, and I'm sure we reach outside of our county often. We're blessed as a community that we have people advocating, and they're there for the victims, and so thank you for all you do.
Vice Chair Dollywell.
Mr. Peters, thank you so much, and thank you, your team, and your partners. Everything you're doing to address this issue is horrible. I have heard stories. I have met people who are victims of this domestic violence. I also toured Family Justice Center. It's an amazing facility, and the services they are providing is awesome. Anything we can do to help you, we are here. May God bless you all. Thank you.
Supervisor Ding.
Thank you. Thank you to being of service. I just want to mention a few things. I'm glad you mentioned the partnerships. I'm glad you mentioned mental abuse as well. And when I hear the statistics about the rising incidences, that's not necessarily a bad thing, in that more people are starting to understand this isn't just everyday life. It's not something you have to put up with. It's not normal. So come forward. And then the last thing I want to mention, and maybe I'm just a slow learner, all of us get calls from friends or constituents that say, I've got this problem, what do I do? So again, I applaud you, and I know you're trying to get, the information out to the public. In this situation, who do I call? What do I do? And so the more you do that, the better we will all be. So thank you.
Supervisor Ding. Supervisor Rickman, I'm
And
sorry.
through the chair, Supervisor Ding, your point is directly, it hits the mark. That we are providing a record number of services, Prevail and Victim Witness Advocates and the Family Justice Center, means that this is not going unreported, that this is coming out in light, that the message is out there, that help is available, and that people are taking advantage of what you are offering and have confidence in what we provide. So that is a very important message, and that is a very big success that we should celebrate today. Thank you.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you all for being here today. And it's great to see all the partnership, standing together against domestic violence. And of course, the district attorney's job is to prosecute these individuals and make sure, they're isolated from society so they don't hurt the victims again. But, it's nice to hear that, after the incident is taking place, that we are taking care of the victims. And what many people don't realize is, many times it's just not a spouse or a girlfriend or a boyfriend or a husband, whatever it may be, but, the children that are in the house that witness the violence also, and making sure they're getting help. And, it's not a generational thing in which, children see their parents acting the way they do and they continue that type of behavior. So again, thank you all for what you do. God bless you.
Okay, one more over here. Thank you. That's a wrap. Thank you.
Like how you take charge.
Connie, always hold it down.
So I hope that.
Chair, next we have the proclamation of October 2025 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month in San Joaquin County, and this was requested by Supervisor Rickman of the 5th District. And I'd like to invite Renee Sanseri, our Public Health Services Director, to the podium as I read this proclamation, which states, whereas according to the World Cancer Research Fund, breast cancer was the second most common cancer globally in 2022, and whereas approximately 1 in 8 women and 1 in 726 men in the United States will develop breast cancer in their lifetime. And whereas only 5 to 10% of breast cancers are linked to gene mutations inherited from one's parents, and 85% occurs where there is no family history. Aging increases this risk. And whereas mothers who breastfed for more than a year reduced their risk by 26 to 28%, yet only 39.5% of U.S. mothers nursed their infants for a year, as recommended by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. And whereas there are several types of breast cancer which are divided into non-invasive and invasive types, which can be diagnosed at different stages of development and can grow at different rates. And whereas American Cancer Society established Breast Cancer Awareness Month in 1985 to promote mammography as the most effective weapon in the fight against breast cancer. And whereas between 1989 and 2024, there was a 44% drop in breast cancer death rates, which is largely attributed to early detection and treatment. Now therefore be it resolved that the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim the month of October 2025 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month in San Joaquin County and supports and encourages efforts which will improve the health and well-being of all citizens. Presented the 7th day of October 2025. Chair Canepa and Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Rochelle, and thank you, Chairman. I'm going to turn it over to you. Thank you very much for coming out here today.
Thank you. Good morning, members of and take control of their well-being through prevention. In San Joaquin County, we have a unique situation where the incidence of breast cancer is lower than the state rate, but the mortality rate is higher. This discrepancy highlights the importance of early detection and access to preventative care. In San Joaquin County Public Health Services' mission is to protect, promote, and improve health and the conditions that impact well-being for all of San Joaquin County. As a nurse and the public health director for our county, I want to emphasize the significance of regular breast exams, mammograms, and preventative checkups. Mammograms are covered through insurance, including Medi-Cal, and are available free of charge starting at age 40. I encourage individuals to take advantage of these resources and prioritize health. Breast cancer affects not only females, but also males, and it's essential that we promote awareness and education across all demographics. In 2024, an estimated 311,000 cases were reported in women and 2,800 in men. This ratio underscores the importance of inclusive messaging and outreach. Since 1989, breast cancer mortality rates have decreased by 44% in California, thanks to early screenings, access to treatment, and advancements in medicine. Let's continue to perpetuate this trend in San Joaquin County by promoting screenings and connecting those in need with preventative services. Together, we can make a difference and create a healthier San Joaquin.
Thank you very much, and again, thank you for being here. And this is such an important topic and something near and dear to me. I think everybody in this room has a family member or a loved one or a friend that that has breast cancer. Myself, my grandma passed away from it, and my mom had it. Thank God she beat it, and many friends and family members. It's number one, I think, the most common cancer among women is breast cancer. And today it's not just about bringing awareness, and which of course is making sure people go out there and get the screening and so, but remembering those that have passed on because of breast cancer, and also standing with those and praying for those who are going through the fight right now with this horrible, horrible disease. So again, thank you very much, and for all of you that have had breast cancer, fighting breast cancer, had family members pass away or been affected by it, God bless you all, and our thoughts and prayers are with you. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to our chair, and I don't know if you just want to take a...
that's one of those things, yeah, we have less people, but more people dying from it, and that's health outcomes. So screening is obviously the moral of that story, is how we get more people to go get screened is the important part of breast cancer and breast cancer awareness, because everybody knows somebody who's suffered from it, and the saving grace is when they get early screening and get treated in a timely manner. So thank you. Clerk of the Board.
Thank you, Chair. That's the conclusion of our recognitions. Next, we have the presentation on the Office of Emergency Services, Department Functions, Programs, and Highlights by the OES Director Tiffany Cacho and her staff.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board, CAO Regalo, County Council, and Madam Clerk. I'm Tiffany Cacho, thank you. Tiffany Cacho, Director of Emergency Operations. I'd like to take a moment to introduce our special video presentation highlighting the work of our Office of Emergency Services. This video was created entirely in-house and thoughtfully developed by our Public Information Officer, Kia Zhang. While Kia is unable to be here with us today, her creativity and dedication are reflected throughout this piece. This project was a collaborative effort, and I want to sincerely thank our staff for their participation, whether by sharing videos or footage, conducting research, or supporting the process behind the scenes. Your contributions really help bring this story to life. The Office of Emergency Services plays a vital role in safeguarding our community. Our core mission is to coordinate preparedness, response, recovery, and mitigation efforts for all types of critical incidents. We work closely with local and state partners to ensure when emergencies arise, that our community is informed, protected, and resilient. This video offers a glimpse into that mission and the dedicated people who make it possible. It's a reminder of the importance of planning, communication, and teamwork in keeping our residents safe. With that, I invite you to enjoy the video.
Tonight, the National Guard is in San Joaquin County.
Happening now, firefighter corral fire.
By 6 earthquakes in the last 24 hours.
Here are efforts to fight fire with fire.
It was just added to the disaster declaration for many reasons today. But first, our top story, remembering the horror, survivors gathering to mark 35 years since one of America's first school shootings.
OES has a long and respected history of responding to crises both large and small. Our work began in the 1950s as part of the National Office of Civil Defense and evolved into today's modern emergency management agency. For more than 7 decades, our efforts have been focused on safeguarding the public through preparedness, coordination, and action. The San Joaquin County Office of Emergency Services serves as the county's central hub for disaster preparedness, response, recovery, and mitigation. Whether responding to natural disasters, public health emergencies, or complex threats, OES works across jurisdictions and with countless partners to protect lives, property, and the environment. We coordinate emergency management for more than 800,000 residents, 8 cities, and over 120 special districts. Our mission is built on collaboration, service, and readiness, ensuring San Joaquin County is prepared for the challenges of today and tomorrow. We were also a contributing partner in developing critical statewide initiatives, such as the Standardized Emergency Management System, the National Incident Management System, and the Emergency Management Mutual Aid System. Today's staff continue that tradition of championing planning, policy, and preparedness efforts at every level. Our team has long supported stakeholder readiness through training, exercises, and field supplies. We've delivered incident command system courses and equipped agencies with positional vests and other resources. This training proved its value in tragic real-world scenarios, such as the Cleveland Elementary School shooting, where responders from multiple disciplines worked together under the unified ICS model. In preparation for flood threats, OES partnered with the Department of Water Resources to acquire and stockpile 7 flood fight containers. These were strategically pre-deployed in 2017 and again in 2023 to provide quick access for local maintaining agencies. Today, that cache has grown to 15 containers, replenished and ready to deploy wherever needed. OES has responded to countless disasters that have shaped the region, from the record floods of 1997 to wildfires in 2024. When the county's Emergency Operations Center activates, OES staff serve around the clock, often for weeks or months at a time, to maintain continuity and ensure a coordinated, effective response. Every activation is rooted in a shared goal to stabilize the incident, protect public health and safety, and restore normal or near normal services as quickly as possible. We've developed a strong, experienced recovery team and established systems to secure critical federal and state funding after disasters. Over the years, OES has recovered more than $56 million tied to floods, severe storms, freezes, pandemic response, and mutual aid deployments.
OES has earned the trust of state and federal agencies through consistent compliance with audits, documentation, and reimbursement protocols. Our systems ensure the county is well positioned to recover swiftly from any future event, strengthening infrastructure, supporting families, and rebuilding communities.
Over the years, OES has activated for wildfires, COVID-19, power shutoffs, and massive winter storms. What has remained consistent, a commitment to coordination, training, and public service. Today, we continue to evolve with the threats we face, natural or human-caused, immediate or long-term. The Office of Emergency Services is the hub of coordination for all things disaster preparedness, response, recovery, and mitigation. With over 1,000 miles of waterway and 600 miles of levees protecting homes, businesses, and critical infrastructure, our responsibility is enormous. That's why partnerships are everything. We work hand in hand with public health, fire districts, law enforcement, utility providers, hospitals, nonprofit agencies, and local businesses because no one can manage a disaster alone. One of our most visible and powerful tools is SJ Ready, the county's public alert and information system. SJ Ready keeps residents informed with real-time updates on evacuations, shelter locations, road closures, and more. Alerts are delivered by text, email, voice call, ensuring we reach as many people as possible, as quickly as possible. We're proud to have launched the Emergency Operations Support Team, a first-of-its-kind initiative training county staff to step into vital emergency roles. Our inaugural class graduated with over 60 employees in 2024, with more classes planned each year. Behind every emergency response is a detailed plan. OES maintains and updates critical documents like the Emergency Operations Plan, Public Information Plan, and the county's first multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan. This plan includes all 8 cities and over 10 special districts, marking a new era of countywide collaboration on flood, wildfire, drought, and earthquake risks. These plans guide everything from shelter operations to resource requests, and they're essential tools to unlocking state and federal disaster funding. OES doesn't stop when the storm passes. Recovery is about more than debris removal and recovering funding. It's about restoring communities, supporting residents, and strengthening infrastructure. After the 2017 winter storms, OES spent almost 7 years managing long-term recovery processes. And in 2023, for the first time in history, San Joaquin County residents became eligible for the Federal Emergency Management Agency's Individual Assistance Program, allowing families to directly apply for disaster relief funding. Outreach is key to our mission. We host preparedness fairs, virtual town halls, and partner with schools, faith organizations, and businesses to build a culture of readiness. And we're expanding our focus on access and functional needs, making sure no one is left behind. Older adults, people with disabilities, non-English speakers, and those without internet access, because everyone deserves timely alerts and support when disaster strikes.
Driven by climate change, cyber threats, aging infrastructure, and rapid population growth, the risks we face are more complex than ever before, and that means emergency management must evolve. At San Joaquin County Office of Emergency Services, we're building for the future now by combining innovation, data, people, and partnerships. Technology is advancing too, from drones and sensors to AI and 5G networks. These tools are changing how we respond, detecting wildfires early, monitoring traditional and social media, and even mapping damage in real time. We're investing in smarter tools, geographic information systems, real-time analytics, and dynamic dashboards that give us a clearer picture, so we can act faster and make better decisions when every second counts. Across the country, more communities are taking the whole community approach. Resilience starts at a local level, and it grows with partnerships. We're strengthening ties with energy providers, hospitals, schools, and faith-based groups so we can prepare, respond, and recover together. Because in a disaster, everyone has a role. We're also focused on building systems that are redundant and sustainable, like backup power for critical facilities, redundant communications networks, and supply chain strategies that ensure we can continue serving the community, even when systems fail. We're also reimagining how we reach the public, creative campaigns, multilingual messaging, and youth engagement. Preparedness isn't just information, it's connection. Emergency management isn't just a department anymore, it's a shared responsibility built on trust, guided by data, and powered by people. Thanks to the support of our Board of Supervisors, our community partners, and our dedicated staff, San Joaquin County is not just preparing for the next disaster, we're shaping the future of emergency management. You can make a difference today by signing up for alerts at sjready.org, attending a public preparedness event, or talking to your neighbors and family about your emergency plans. Together, we can build a safer, stronger, and more prepared San Joaquin County, prepared for today's risks and ready for tomorrow's challenges. Thank you for being a part of our mission. With that, thank you to the board for allowing us to present a little bit about our department. We do have a display that's outside and have some of our materials that we normally hand out to the public and some of the historical photos that we were able to gather. So thank you.
Thank you. Perfect. Any comments, questions? I do have to commend you. I mean, it's a small but mighty department. And this year we're celebrating the 175th anniversary of San Joaquin County. So we've asked each department to bring forward a presentation. So hopefully you enjoyed it and know that we are working on behalf of all of you for disaster preparedness. I also want to commend you guys because you guys go to so many events and are out in the public. And your staff does an amazing job of being out in the community. Supervisor Gardia.
Yeah, it's not if, it's when, and the key is to be prepared. And so you can never be too prepared, and there's always work to be done, and it's good to hear that, you know, a great video. It's just it's a matter of collaborating with all your different local jurisdictions and make sure that we're all on the same page, and I appreciate everything you do.
Thank you.
Vice Chair.
Tiffany, thank you so much for everything you and your team does to keep our community safe. Appreciate it.
Supervisor Dean.
Yeah, it's the gift you hope you'll never need. When you do your job correctly, we don't hear about it. When we have stumbles like we did on January 1st, 93, and luckily got control of it, but we were unorganized. But I want to thank you and your department for bringing it up to speed, and we're much better for it now.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. I know those of you that watch, the board meetings and follow this board knows what our stance on public safety is. I mean, we do spend a lot of resources because I think as a elected official, our primary goal to make sure our residents, our citizens are safe. So, if you look at what we've done with the Sheriff's Department to make sure, they have adequate funding and personnel, what we did with the ARPA funding with our fire department, make sure they have, the boats and equipment, needed for, some of the floods that we do have. And, when that ARPA funding, when we bought those boats and a lot of the different equipment for our fire department, that's when we had that crazy rain, if you all remember, and all the flooding, mostly in my district, the Supervisor Dean's district. So our commitment to public safety is strong and will continue to be strong. So thank you.
Thank you. Can we give a hand to OES? Thank you for the presentation. Now is the time for public comment on matters within the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors that are not listed on the agenda, and minutes, consent calendar, and closed session items. We request that you fill out a form if you address the board in person. There is a time limit of 3 minutes for these comments. There is a device on the podium with a green, yellow, and red light. The yellow light will come on 30 seconds before the end of the 3 minutes. With regard to public comment, the law strictly limits the ability of the board members to discuss matters not on the agenda, so this is not an appropriate time to have a discussion with the board regarding your comments. We ask that you refrain from personal attacks during your comments and that you address all comments to the Board of Supervisors, not to the audience. Comments from the public may not reflect the viewpoint of the board. First up, we have Bishop Dwight Williams.
Good morning, Chairman Canepa, Vice Chair Dollywall, members of the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors, and to this audience. I am Bishop Dwight Williams, and I come and stand before you today as a pastor and as a nonprofit executive to invite you and those in the public that can hear in person as well as online to an event that our faith-based organization, New Genesis Housing
Hold on,
Development.
Dwight. Can someone please silence their phone? Thank you.
It was Gina.
Sorry, Dwight, go ahead.
No worries, no worries. 4 years ago, with the support of then Supervisor Tom Patty, then California State Assembly Member Carlos Valapudua, Kaiser Permanente, and the Health Plan of San Joaquin, 4 years ago, New Genesis Housing Development launched an initiative called Faith and Mental Health. Every year, specifically in the month of October, we put on this event because we are trying to bring faith together with mental health professionals. This October is no different. We've been doing this every year, and it's almost hard to believe it's already our 4th year. I want to personally extend an invitation to each of you and to all of you and to those who may be viewing online to this event, which we will be holding on Saturday, October the 25th, 2025, at Hilliard Chapel, AME Zion Church, which is located at 209 South C Street in the city of Stockton. The time will be from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. We are prioritizing mental health, practicing self-care, seeking support, and managing stress to maintain emotional well-being. Again, this is sponsored by the Healthy Neighborhoods and Healthy Communities Project of New Genesis Housing Development. For more information, you can call us at our offices at 209-298-1357, or you can visit our website at newgenesiscorporation.org. I have also kindly printed a handful of flyers for each of you to have in your respective offices, and I'd like to thank all of you for your support, and I know this is specifically in Supervisor Gardia's district where this is located at, and so thank you all so much for your support, and again, you are welcome. Also, we have lunch that will be free thanks to the generous support of our sponsors. So again, you are welcome. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bishop Williams. Jody Graham is next, and Molly Watkins is on deck.
Good morning. I bring your attention to a recent story in the news. Des Moines Superintendent Ian Roberts. Roberts was detained with ICE saying he was in the country illegally from Guyana and was working as a superintendent despite having a final order of removal and no work authorization. Why would I bring this story up? Well, as it turns out, Mr. Robert has also been an Iowa voter since 2012. The Department of Justice is currently suing California to force the Secretary of State, Shirley Weber, to hand over our voter rolls to ensure that California is following federal voting laws and preventing fraud. If our system is so robust and free of fraud, Secretary of State Shirley Weber would have handed them over promptly and with confidence in our great system. But she's not. She's hiding behind some weak claim of it being a fishing expedition. Makes you wonder what she's afraid of. Let's go fishing in our county. Keep in mind that if you are not born in the country and not naturalized like Superintendent Ian, you don't have the legal right to vote in elections. In review, since assuming the position in July 2025, U.S. Citizen and Immigration Services Director Joe Edlow has streamlined resources for elected leaders to better identify and remove non-citizens from their state's voter rolls. SAVE, S-A-V-E, Systematic Alien Verification for Entitlements database, is free of charge to every state to protect election integrity. Here are the numbers for San Joaquin County. Number of active voters, 401,486. Number of active foreign-born voters, 87,000. The number of foreign-born potentially illegal voters is nearly 22% of our active voter rolls. The Systematic Alien Verification for Entitlements, SAVE, has been in place and available for use since August 15th. To date, this has not been utilized at our Registrar of Voters office and has not been thoroughly and thoughtfully explored as an opportunity. But here we are, with now over 400,000 ballots floating through the mail system, with 22% potentially ineligible to vote. I am requesting that the Board of Supervisors order any ballots received with the country of origin other than the United States of America to be sequestered and checked with the free federal database SAVE to verify voting eligibility before beginning the signature verification process. Any ballots verified to be from non-citizens should be returned to the district office for prosecution. Those numbers are astounding, and this process should have been started earlier. Voters in our county deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you, Jody. Molly Watkins and Lauren Cardinale is on deck.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you? All right, so we have an election in November. Vote in person. Again, I will reiterate, it saves us all money. It costs money when every ballot is dropped in a drop box or mailed box back because we have to verify the signature. If you show up at a polling place, and now we can show up at any polling place in our county, you tell the lady your name, you vote, and we're only voting on one thing, yes or no, so it's not difficult. You either go yes or no. You only got two choices. And then we're done. At the end of the night, we can total. And we don't have to do verification. We don't have to have overtime in the office here. We don't have to cart stuff from downtown over here. We're just done. So vote in person on the election day. And I hope that you will reiterate that to all of your people in your districts. It's very simple. We used to do this. It's not difficult. And if you have to have more than one piece of paper to go in there to vote, yes or no, you got other problems. You shouldn't be voting. That's crazy. Vote in person. Thank you.
Thank you. Those words of wisdom. Lauren Cardinale.
We all have a right to life. No. Always remember fear. Per FEMA and Homeland Security document, counties are required to maintain all civil rights and reduce loss. Did this happen? No. Always remember fear. Free speech, not oppressive censorship. Locally, all injected are damaged by a toxic direct evolution shot that was created by illegal COVID response research. As the patent reads, all mRNA biotech vaccines were designed to insert and edit gene-altering injury into cells and then shed, creating health hazards. Is that all that was in the vials? No. Always remember fear. Has anyone told you that MIT scientists found in the Pfizer lots cancer promoters, DNA contaminants, nanotech, or spike venom proteins? Hey, aren't those ways to be injured? No. Always remember fear. Did we the people get better by trusting in corporate government Frankenstein science? No. Always remember fear. Local actions have had no authority or right to administer a known injurious and lethal product into anyone. This is a criminal offense. Have we taken care of the millions of injured and dead Californians? Are they even real? No. Always remember fear. The state contracted unlawful grants guiding illegal health hazard mission capabilities. They created a local crippling disaster. If a shot kills me, doesn't it make me healthy? No. Always remember fear. Right now, the World Health Organization has full contract authority over future emergencies in San Joaquin County. When the state formed the California Western State Pact, the WHO became the active authority. The board's authority was nullified. I would like to partner with you and restore it through our after-action report, which was inconclusive. Did you get the memo that they were going to take power? No. Always remember fear. The board shall stand with us to face this evil and protect the local stakeholders. Now we must always remember fear. False evidence appearing real. To be clear, the government lied to us. We trusted them. They concealed the poison and injected it into everyone. I call a point of order to the chair for an immediate situation of a meeting discussion. COVID response action items are grotesque acts of domestic terrorism known as crimes against the divine natural biologic order. I just gave an incident report to your director of OES highlighting all the federal and state government profiles. To be clear, women now have lost 60% of potential births. 77% of those born after 2021 are dying before 4 years old. That's 10 million children under 5 that were injected with a bioweapon. Eugenics homicides are always real. Always remember, God we trust. Point of order to the chair.
Thank you.
Point of information, Council Kiernan, I just want to recognize there's an open notification of an emergency situation active in your county. Just to clarify, he understands the consequences if he fails to take action on an emergency situation. Okay, thank you very much.
Councilor Kiernan, what was that head nod for?
Says you're going to jail. You're going to jail and we're
Can
not
you-
objecting.
Do you need to?
No, the head nod was just acknowledging the statement,
Okay.
that's all.
All right. Thank you. Is there anybody else from the public at this time not wanting to speak on an item that would like to come up and speak now? Please come forward and state your name. Mr. Bill Smith.
Bill Smith, concerned citizen. I'm coming to the board again about 6 South El Dorado. Where'd our $15 million go? How's it being spent? I put in a request for knowledge of something that's supposed to be replaced, supposed to be new chillers, new boilers. I got no feedback. We had a big meeting on the 9th of September, said we're not gonna do the same thing over and over and over and over, yet we turned around and did the same thing. So I'm calling for work stoppage to stop on that building until we can get it together and find out where our money's going. $110 million on a building that size is ridiculous. And you wouldn't buy a house for $500,000 and then put another $2 million into it and then sell it for $500,000. Doesn't make any sense. So we need to pay attention to what's going on. If we're not getting updates or reports or having any oversight on what's going on with that building, there's not even a mechanical engineer of record. I've done my homework. We need to get on this. It's just tax dollars getting flushed down the toilet. So let's pay attention, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman Canepa, Board of Supervisors. My name is Melanie Knott, and I'm a concerned citizen of San Joaquin County and an American. The upcoming special election on November 4th in California is an undisguised effort to remove the governmental voice and representation of 40% plus of California citizens through an illegal and unconstitutional mid-decade gerrymandering of congressional districts ahead of the 2026 midterms. Again, the argument in favor, essentially a yes vote, states the Election Rigging Response Act would level the playing field, commit to fair redistricting, give voters the power, and be fair and proportional. The argument in opposition, essentially a no vote, states a fraudulent, deceptive, and unconstitutional ballot measure would end fair, honest elections in California. Independent maps allow politicians to seize power from citizens, permit corrupt backdoor deals, silence voters, eliminate people's voice, waste taxpayer money on a costly special election, divide communities, eliminate fair competitive districts, and set a dangerous precedent. This measure violates state constitutional provisions. It's in California Constitution, Article 21, redistricting of congressional districts, Section 1 through Section 3, amended November 4th, 2008 by Proposition 11 initiative measure. Question: what is the role of California's Independent Citizens Redistricting Committee? The committee was established to redraw district boundaries each year following a United States Census under a strict, open, and transparent criteria. The governor, power-hungry politicians, and California legislators are attempting to suspend, they say temporarily, and interfere in redistricting behind closed doors, all in the name to stop Trump. Trump bad. They are the ones behaving like tyrants and are the true threat to our democracy. Two wrongs don't make a right. Now I ask you to look at our California state flag. If it was open, what you would see is California Republic. As Benjamin Franklin famously pointed out, we will quickly lose our republic if we do nothing active to keep it. Join me in an appeal to heaven found in Proverbs 14:34. Righteousness exalts a nation. God bless you and have a wonderful day.
Thank you.
I thought you was gonna put me on blast.
Is there any more people that would like to speak that haven't filled out a card? Or we're gonna move on then. Okay, perfect. At this time, we will be moving on to consent items. Board members, are there any consent items that you would like to pull?
I'd like to pull consent number 1.
Consent number 1, Supervisor Dane. Supervisor Rickman? Number 4? 5, sorry. Couldn't see it, I apologize. Rickman, 5. Supervisor Gardia? Vice Chair Dollywall? Okay. Supervisor Ding, number 1.
Thank you. Do we have anybody from Family Justice Center? Time is yours.
Good morning, Supervisor. Chairman Canepa, Vice Chairman Dollywall, Administrator Regalo. We have Carolyn Palmetta from the Family Justice Center Foundation, and we have Director Alexis Wilbur, who wanted to thank you for this. The board has always been very generous with the Family Justice Center, but this earmarked donation to Camp Hope makes a huge difference in what they can do, and I'll let them share that with you. So thank you.
Real quick, before I do it, I'm sorry I didn't read it. So approve one-time funding of $4,000 from each supervisorial district's discretionary fund for a total of $20,000 to San Joaquin County Family Justice Center Foundation in support of Camp Hope.
Easy for you to say.
Good morning, Chairman Canepa, Vice Chairman Dollywall. Thank you, Supervisor Ding, for pulling this. For those who don't know, Camp Hope America is actually a national and international trauma-based camp for youth who have experienced trauma in the home, mostly related to domestic violence. So it goes back to what Supervisor Ding was talking about during our domestic violence proclamation, where we're really interrupting those generational cycles of violence, and we're giving kids hope through giving them experiences. In San Joaquin County, we started partnering regionally with Stanislaus and Sacramento to launch this last year. Funding was our biggest issue into getting more kids there. So we were able to send 3 kids local from San Joaquin County who had witnessed severe domestic violence. 2 of those children actually witnessed their mother die and then come back to life before the traumatic situation happened. And so we were really able to see these youth step into themselves, whether it's just doing kayaking or archery or doing an art or just having somebody speak wisdom and life into you and really believing in you. These kids often for the first time are experiencing hope. All 3 of our youth who participated last year are begging to be able to come back this year, so we're happy that we will be able to say yes to them, and then also greatly expand the amount of youth that will be coming in. Again, we do partner with Stanislaus and Sacramento to really make this Camp Hope the best, and they get to meet friends from out of the area. And there is a trauma-based curriculum that we go through while they're on site. So it's not just a camp, it's also focused on that healing, that recovery, and really just inspiring hope in our next generation, that the incident that they experienced in the home isn't where it ends for them, and that they really can move forward and have that support. We also follow through with them throughout the year. So it's not just 5 days at camp and then you only see Family Justice Center over the summer. We do follow up and make sure that family needs are being met, whether that's through mental health or any of the other services that Family Justice Center offers. So thank you all for giving discretionary funds to our foundation. The foundation is an extremely important aspect of the Family Justice Center with budget cuts at the federal and state level. The foundation has stepped in to where we are not having to cut any of the services that we have historically offered and also able to expand. Also, since I'm up here, just a plug, we did move. We're now at 400 East Main Street on the 7th floor. So if anybody needs help, and then also Supervisor Ding, if anybody ever needs help, please feel free to call me 24/7. Many do, and I will answer. So thank you.
Chair Canopus, Supervisor Dean. As part of the Grants Committee, I believe in brevity. Thank you. You've not only given hope to the youth that we serve, but you've given hope to our fledgling foundation as well. Thank you.
And since Alexis shamelessly plugged the new move, let me also shamelessly plug, if an individual has something they want to do, they didn't tell you this when you get elected, but you're the CEO of 501c3, we are always looking for volunteers and directors at the Family Justice Center to join Carolyn and other individuals here in this room here today, and giving their input in making a difference in our victims' lives. So always looking for more directors. Reach out to Alexis, and we'd be more than happy to get a tour and get that process started. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. You know, as some of you know, I'm a little conservative with the funds that I author. Anyway, I wanted to thank Nicole Gehring for doing the research, Shannon McGovern from Cal Water, who actually threatened domestic violence against me if I didn't. But anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor.
I see Shannon doing that.
Any comments, questions? I just want to commend 400 East Main too is something that the county is in the process of buying and bought. So that's one of those success stories that the city of Stockton, we lost it during bankruptcy and the county bought it and it'll pay for itself in 17 years. So for all the bad things that you always hear about and see and like 6 South El Dorado, like Mr. Smith was talking about, there is positive things that come out of this. And I think buying that building is part of it and having the ability to put staff like Family Justice Center is a win for everybody. So thank you for what you guys do and thank you for how many victims you help. So anybody else? Are you guys?
I got a tour last week, Chairman, and it's going to be pretty spectacular.
Awesome. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Supervisor Rickman, number 5, announcement of 3 positions to various boards and commissions.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, just quickly, I just want to recognize Eugene Burke, who served on our Tracy Public Cemetery District Board of Trustees for years, and he just passed away a few weeks ago. I got the news. And, you know, those of you that in South County or in the Tracy area, you know, probably heard of Mr. Burke, not just because he sits on the Board of Trustees, but you know, he was responsible for, you know, Brighter Christmas and a lot of different community efforts in the city of Tracy, and that helped our less fortunate population. And I just want to bring this, say his name here today in honor. and to let his wife Karen know and his family know that our thoughts and prayers are with them, and to thank him for his years of service, not just to this county on this board, but to the residents of South County and of course to all of San Joaquin County. So God bless you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Sorry for your loss, and Tracy. Okay, at this time, we will move on to the 9 a.m. scheduled morning items, public hearings.
Chair Canepa, vote on consent, please.
Oh, sorry, we need to vote on consent. That would be helpful. I apologize. Do you have a motion? Motion and a second on
Second.
consent? Motion and a second. We call for the vote.
Who was the second on that?
Ding, ding.
Supervisor Ding. Consent passes. I don't see the tally.
It's unanimous.
Thank you. Okay, so public meetings to establish the Lodi Wine Business Improvement District. Stuart Spencer from the Lodi Wine Grape Commission. Am I gaveling in, gaveling out? All right.
All right, good morning. Chair Canepa, members of the board, County Council Kiernan, and CAO Regalo. Kelly Cavello, Senior Deputy County Administrator. We also have with us today Stuart Spencer with the Lodi Wine Grape Commission and Gina Reed, Senior Project Manager with Civitas. I'm going to provide a brief background and then I'll turn the presentation over to Stuart and Gina to discuss the proposed Lodi Winery Business Improvement District. On November 29th, 2022, the Board of Supervisors approved a no-cost service agreement with Civitas, who had been retained by the Lodi Wine Grape Commission for the purpose of determining the feasibility of forming a district. Should the commission determine the formation to be feasible, San Joaquin County would act as the lead government agency in the formation, renewals, and management of the district. On September 9th, 2025, the board approved the resolution of intention to form the district and the resolution requesting consent of Sacramento County and the cities of Elk Grove, Galt, and Lodi to form the district. Today, we're holding a public meeting required by Government Code Section 54954.6 to take testimony and enter it into the public record. There is no board action recommended or required for today's public meeting. So at this time, I'll hand the presentation over to Stuart and Gina.
Once again, I think this is my third time in front of you talking about this, so I'm going to try and keep it a little briefer. But we've been working on establishing the Lodi Winery Business Improvement District for over 3 years. As Kelly just pointed out, we came before you November of 2022 to get access to the sales tax data through Civitas for this. But there's a few things I just want to point out. Again, is that this is a project that came out of our winery community. It is not something that came from me at the Wine Grape Commission. We have helped facilitate the process, but this was a project put together by our winery community back in 2022. And we've had extensive public outreach meetings with our winery community over that time to kind of formulate the plan and what we want to do. As you know, it's basically to add a 1.5% assessment on the sale of wine, the taxable sales of activities at Lodi area wineries. And those funds would then be directed to a new organization that's being put together to receive those funds and manage those for the promotion of our Lodi winery growing community. Our main goal is to expand the customer base. We know from our sales data that about 78% of our sales, direct-to-consumer sales in Lodi, come from California, and about 46% of that comes from San Joaquin County. We have great support within San Joaquin County, Lodi, Stockton, Tracy, but we need to expand our customer base if our region is going to grow and survive. I think it's important to also note, I was just looking at some of the acreage stuff, and San Joaquin County is the #1 county in the state of California for acres under wine grapes. We exceed Napa County, we exceed Sonoma County, we exceed San Luis Obispo County, we exceed Fresno County. San Joaquin County is the #1 county for wine grapes. And the key piece of the wine grape business is wine grapes are the most value-added crop out there. So the conversion of grapes to wine and then the selling of that wine adds tremendous value to our community. It is an economic impact report a few years ago determined that for every dollar spent on grapes, it creates $26.75 of economic output within the state of California. So it is a significant value-added business. And what we are trying to do with this is capture more of those dollars here in San Joaquin County, here with our Lodi wineries. We've been working together as a group on this, and we know in Lodi that we are stronger together than apart, and that we all benefit when more people are coming to our community, and we all struggle when less people are coming to our community. And so this effort is really about promoting the wineries in our region. And bringing more people to Lodi and expanding that base. We've been listening to our winery community and since we started this process and trying making modifications to it. A couple things I want to point out. First, we originally proposed a 2.0% assessment. We've lowered that to 1.5%. We are also in discussions with our Sac County wineries. There are only a handful of them up there, and we are looking at eliminating Sac County from this assessment district. We don't feel we can adequately service them and provide the same level of benefits as we can to the San Joaquin County wineries, since they are more populated around the city of Lodi. This will have a little impact on the budget, but we think it'll allow us to be more efficient and more effective in providing those services to our community. We've also been working on the governance of this. You know, I mentioned a minute ago, we're putting together a new entity. That's going to be comprised of a board of directors, which we are still putting together, that is going to contain small wineries, medium wineries, and large wineries. And it'll be owners of these companies and or their representatives. And we've also are bringing Visit Lodi onto the board. And Wes Ray with Visit Lodi, I think, will be a great addition to bridge with our Visitor Bureau and their marketing efforts, along with the grower efforts under the Wine Grape Commission and the winery efforts under this new organization. And this board will be responsive to the community of wineries, and they will be electing their members every year to serve on that board. As I said before, it's really about marketing brand awareness and really about business improvement. This is an economic development tool, and if we administer it correctly, I think we will see results from that. And that is our goal, is to improve the viability of Lodi wineries, make us more successful, and those benefits will extend to the greater San Joaquin County. We are in the final stages of the steps of the formation of the district, and I'm going to hand it over to Gina just to walk through those final steps and what needs to happen.
So all of the steps that you see on this slide with the check mark are essentially where we've been. So as Stuart mentioned, we've been doing all of the outreach and education with the stakeholders, as well as county staff and you all. We have worked on the management district plan that outlines the district parameters, and have since been working on ensuring that they are supported by the wineries. We went through the petition drive process that allowed us to move forward with the Board of Supervisors hearings. So there are 3 Board of Supervisors hearings as well as the consent hearings. So this is meeting 2 of 3. So the final hearing is set for November 18th, where we will ask, again, take public testimony, and then as long as there is no majority protest by the businesses, we will ask you to adopt a final management district plan and officially form the business improvement district. And then collections of the assessment would begin January 1st. That's it.
I just have one question. So those folks in Sacramento, so your threshold was 50% to start this, and that's why you're back. Yeah. What percentage was those folks in Sacramento, that were voting, so they voted in favor? How does that affect your outcome? You had 62-point-something%, right, passage rate?
Yeah, I mean, technically the petition drive weight just allows us to move forward. So we haven't really looked at how the petition weight affects it, because that just, all we needed was the over 50% to get here today. So we can look at how that affects the petition drive, but since we're still having the conversations, we haven't officially sort of changed the boundaries yet, but we're happy to look at that percentage and.
Well, no, I'm just saying, is that important? Because if those 5 or however many wineries, they're not going to affect the threshold of 50%. So is this moot, is my question.
No, we don't have any, there's not a lot of support from up there, so those wineries are not going to affect the vote in a negative way.
Yeah, it would increase it, if anything.
Mr. Chairman, actually, if I could pipe in with some
Supervisor Ding.
simple math before we came up with new math. Nobody in Sacramento County of the wineries had voted yes. So if you eliminate Sacramento County from this, the approval number actually goes up.
That's what I was looking for.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're good with the new math, Steve.
No offense, it was a little better than your alls,
Yeah,
but.
it was.
Any questions or concerns from the board?
And I just have one more comment.
Supervisor.
I've been getting a lot of feedback from, obviously, all the wineries in the area about the, establishment of the board and what it's gonna look like, so forth. I'm excited about Ray coming on board. There was a great report on, do I like Channel 13 today? I'll say yes. The Channel 13 had a report Friday. It was specifically tied to Visit Lodi, and the amount of social media hits Ray was getting, it was like 60,000 is up there, and it's just blowing everything out of the water. I think our wineries are gonna benefit dramatically by this. I appreciate both of you working with some of those that were a little nervous about doing this and trying to figure out how we all grow together. So thank you.
Yeah, I agree. The person they're talking about, Wes Ray, came from Visit Stockton, and he's doing an amazing job in Lodi. Just his commitment to not only that, but helping that would be amazing. So at this time, if there's no more, I'll ask for the public. Is there anybody from the public wishing to speak? And this will be coming back on the 18th. Come on forward, state your name, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Tom Hoffman. I am the owner and grower for Heritage Oak Winery in Acampo. And I've been involved with this process since the very beginning. I am concerned about some of the things that I've heard. I'm concerned about the reaction of an increase in sales tax on our customers. I'm worried about what they might think. I personally don't like to go someplace and see a bunch of add-on taxes myself. It bothers me. And because these aren't easy times for us in the winery business, I'm concerned about what this might do. But there's some other things that concern me even more. I'll list 4 of them. The wineries ride on the coattails of the Wine Grape Commission, which is an organization funded by the growers. And currently, the growers are experiencing the worst setback that they have since the Wine Grape Commission was founded in 1991. We currently have a ad hoc winery committee. It has 3 sources of funding. One of those sources is the Wine Grape Commission itself. They give us money, but they are under increased pressure. The second source of funding that our committee has is voluntary funding from the wineries themselves, depending on their volume. However, this is voluntary. Some wineries don't pay at all. Some wineries shave their volume so that they don't have to pay as much as they owe. And the third source of funding is our activities, for example, wine and chocolate. Once again, this is also voluntary. Not all wineries have to participate. Another thing that bothers me is that we have no official mechanism for representing issues that arise. For example, if we wanted to represent Steve Ding, the Wine Grape Commission cannot do that. I feel that by implementing the Lodi Winery Business Improvement District, all of these things would be satisfied. We would have a permanent method of representing the wineries, and we could move forward. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak on the bid process for Lodi Wine?
Good morning, Supervisors. Appreciate you guys looking at this as an option. When I started my career in the wine industry in 1994, there was very few options for careers in agriculture in Lodi. You had the option to exit the community, to work in some hospitality. At that point in time, Lodi's downtown was not very well developed. I worked at wineries during the day. I worked at Wine and Roses in the evening. That was the key place to dine. Over the last 30 years, we've seen a growth in our region in Lodi that's happened. We have a downtown that has grown tremendously. The amount of dining options, Woodbridge has become a destination into it. In our winery, Jeremy Wine Company, we see visitors from all over this country coming into Lodi. And this has happened in a period of time where we've seen actual career growth. I have employees now working, my wife and I, this is their job, this is how they pay their bills. We've seen growth from investing consistently in this wine industry. And we're still so far off of what it can be. We are the hidden gem forever in Lodi. And the hidden gem means that we are hidden, we are not here. We still go to Sacramento and people say, where is Lodi? I can't believe that there are wineries in that area. And that means that this is not the time to back off and say, we don't need to double down in our investment. We don't need to double down in creating that destination. The wineries by themselves are not, they're just one component. You mentioned Visit Lodi, the Wine Grape Commission, Visit Stockton. This entire region benefits from visitors coming in and spending. They don't just stay in one location. They don't just visit Jeremy. They visit all. Most of the time, it's 3 to 5 wineries they're visiting, and then there's dinner or there's lunch bracketed in those. And so I think this is a very important step for us to continue to develop and grow our region through advertising and commitments to marketing. And this is a tool. It's not a perfect tool, but this is the tool that's available to us. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Hello.
Morning.
Nice to see you all. Thank you for listening. My name is Rochelle Spalletta. I'm from Intercoastal Wine Company. I spoke last meeting, so I feel kind of frustrated that I don't know that there's much more for me personally to say that I didn't say last time. I just don't believe a business improvement district to me is to improve buildings and roadways and improvements, not to pay for other businesses' marketing initiatives. And if you can do that, then you can attach a tax to any industry and pay for car washes to get better marketing, or whatever your business is, restaurants to get better, marketing. I don't think it's fair to attach something to our consumers. This is going to be paid primarily by our local constituents. This is not the only way. This has gone on for 2 years trying to fight this. We've been against it. It's been going on for 2 years, and they finally got it to go because Michael David is the weighted vote. And that's how they got it done. And, the largest wineries in the area are the ones who are the weighted vote. This is, to me, a big, very large discrimination against the smaller wineries who have no say in this matter. We're having our own personal business initiatives taken away by being forced to charge our local consumers to pay for our marketing. I mean, does any of you, the people that have voted you in are the ones who are going to be paying this tax? Local people in Lodi aren't going to want to know, oh, I need to pay more money now because the Lodi wineries want people from Michigan and other states to come in. I mean, that doesn't make my consumers, my wine club members, feel appreciated in any way. And I'm going to be the one that has to explain that tax to them when they do ask, what's this for? I'm the one who's going to potentially lose members because it's a principle. Because, I mean, there's a lot of people who are about principle. I'm about principle. I don't like paying 10 cents on a bag at the grocery store in California, 10 cents. And it's supposed to be for plastic, but we have to pay 10 cents even for paper. That's not going away. And so once it gets in, it's never going away. And once it gets in, it's not going to stay at 1.5%, and I don't believe that. It's going to go up, and the consumer's going to pay more, and we're going to be forced to go along with this. And it's supposed to be for the people, by the people. The people are the ones paying for this tax. And I don't know if any of you think that's fair for the people who voted you in to pay for their tax, for the tax for other people's marketing initiatives. This is not the only way. There are other ways. But the biggest thing that's also upsetting is you have a choice if you want to participate in wine and chocolate. There's a lot of wineries that don't. And you have a choice. You don't have a choice in this matter. We're forced. So thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Natalie Scotto. My family has a small tasting room in downtown Lodi. We're considered a medium-sized winery, with most of our cases sold throughout the 3-tier system across the US, and we export into over 20 countries. During these challenging economic and social times, when health trends and consumer behaviors are constantly shifting, every single wine sale matters. Whether it's a guest walking into our tasting room, an importer overseas, or one of our distributor partners we spent decades building relationships with, nothing comes easy anymore. We're all fighting to survive, and sometimes that struggle makes us see each other as competitors instead of collaborators. That's why I see this bid as something bigger. The mindset has to shift from competition and scarcity to collaboration and shared growth. I'll be honest, when I first started getting more involved in our tasting room, mostly out of necessity because our sales were going down, I wanted someone to blame. Who can I blame? I looked at all the organizations, committees, you name it, in Lodi. I couldn't even get their names straight. From Lodi Wine Grade Commission, Visit Lodi, the Chamber, and everything else in between. They're not doing enough. That's what my thought was. They're not doing enough. But once I actually took the time to get involved, attending the monthly meetings, showing up, having a voice, I realized how hard all these groups are working on our behalf to put Lodi on the map. And the funny thing is, the more I put in, the more I got out of it. In order to give ourselves a real shot, we have to try something. And trying something takes resources. It takes funding. I'd rather try something new than keep doing the same thing and expect a different result. I hear people say, why should locals pay for marketing? Let's be clear, we're talking about $1.50 for every $100 spent. And another one, well, they don't have a plan. But the truth is, the plan starts with us. The first step is showing up to those monthly marketing meetings. That's where ideas turn into plans, and plans turn into action. So the real question is, are we in this together, or do we keep trying to do it on our own? Because reality is, we all have to get involved, and we have to do something different. We need to try multiple things. Some ideas will stick, some will fail. But the goal is simple: more wins than losses, more progress than standing still. The point is, we must do something, and passing this bid gives us that chance. It gives us a shot to move forward,
can you finish
to
up, please?
act, to try, to invest in ourselves and each other. Let's not waste this shot. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just if you could keep it to 3 minutes for respect for everybody. All
Okay,
of those speakers.
I'm going to be real short.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Board of Supervisors, for hearing this issue. My name's Georgia Lerner with Harney Lane Winery. Again, I've been involved on one of the committees, the marketing committee, since its inception, I believe. But what I wanted to say is I totally respect the concern for the customer. I mean, we are a super customer-centric business ourselves. But I feel like we're not giving our customers and our local base the benefit of the doubt in that they have always celebrated our success. Our customers have been part of our journey, and I feel like they're not going to be as resistant to this tax as we think because they feel and they see the improvements in the area and they feel part of that. They feel proud of that. And I think it's only to the benefit of the whole community if our industry is successful, right? They're also seeing what's happening in the vineyards, and they're showing a lot of concern and asking a lot of questions. So I feel like if any time, this is the time that they can feel like they can be part of our journey in improving the district, making it a region they're proud of, making it a region that their kids want to come back and work in. I think now's the time to move forward.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you. Suzanne
Morning.
Burns. I just had a question. I know there were comments, but now I have a question. So my understanding is the city of Lodi still needs to vote approval of this BID?
They do.
Now, if they vote no, that they don't want to adopt that, the wineries located within the city limits, are they excluded from paying the 1.5?
My understanding, and I'll go to council for this, is if the city of Lodi votes no, we pretty much have to start over. No?
No, they would just be cut out of the boundary.
Okay, but we, as far as those, the ratios, we'd have to go back and see, you know, we'd have to go back again and recalculate whether the percentages reach, the hell was that? Oh
That's
my
the
gosh,
that's
I
the
was
third time
recording
today.
myself.
You sound really good. That's what I'm
Good, well
saying.
then we'll leave it at that. Yeah, but no, we'll have to refigure that and come back because the ratios to qualify would still have to be at the 60%, what have you.
So it just kind of sounds like we could just cut out every region that doesn't quite go along with our motivation.
Well, we've done that since 1776. If you don't
That's
want to be
not
part of
good.
the United States, we cut them out. So, yeah, I mean, if somebody doesn't want to participate, obviously not. But because we've got to have a willing family. We've got to have a family of wineries, restaurants, Visit Lodi, hotels that want to grow our region together. And obviously, we only want those individuals that are in for the long haul. So, yeah, we would gladfully cut them out if they didn't want to participate.
Now, there are some wineries that have facilities in the city and outside of the city. So if they have a facility in the city, like a tasting room, but yet they produce outside the city and the county?
My
How does that
understanding,
work?
it's the tasting room. Is that correct? Correct, okay.
So the tasting room has to be,
The retail portion of the business.
okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Great seeing you.
You too.
Obviously, we're that boring. We have background music to keep everybody awake or whatever. Thank you for that. Anybody else willing to come up and speak on the bid process for Lodi? Seeing none, we'll come back to the board. Any questions, comments, concerns? Supervisor Dang, you good? Supervisor Rickman? Good, okay. At this time, we will close it and we will return on November 18th. At that time, I do have one question. So is that Lodi will be heard from by then? Okay, so that's between now and November 18th? Okay. So then November 18th will be the time to decide whether it flies or not, doesn't fly. It's the last public hearing? Okay, thank you. Okay. Moving on to the Public Works hearing. Public Works hearing regarding reducing a pre-sort gate fee rate and establishing new pre-sort gate fee rates at county-owned solid waste facilities. Fritz Buckman, Director, and David Tolliver, you guys have the floor to explain how you're saving us $2.4 million and gonna lower the fees, right? You want me to do the presentation? You have the floor.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Canepa and board members. I'm Fritz Buckman, your Director of Public Works. This is a time and date set for a public hearing regarding reducing a pre-sort waste disposal gate fee rate and establishing new pre-sort gate fee rates at county-owned solid waste facilities. We'll provide a brief presentation regarding the proposed gate fees, after which we recommend that the board conduct a public hearing. At this point, I'll turn the presentation over to Deputy Director David Tolliver.
Good morning, Chair Canepa and members of the board. As Director Buckman mentioned, we are recommending reducing a pre-sort gate fee rate and adding 2 additional pre-sort gate fee rates at county solid waste facilities. For a quick background review, back in 1992, this board approved a 2-tier system at North County Landfill where pre-sorted loads paid a reduced rate. That policy was in response to new legislation and designed to encourage separation of recyclables and reduce facility costs. Fast forward to today, and SB 1383 now requires waste to be separated at the source into organics, recyclables, and refuse. That means most of the material arriving at our facilities is already pre-sorted. Given these changes, it makes sense to apply a pre-sort gate fee rate structure at Foothill Landfill and Lovelace Transfer Station, so all of our facilities are aligned with the current regulatory environment and supporting statewide waste diversion mandates. We consistently review our practices and have undertaken changes in our operations to promote efficiency. In fact, in April of this year, the board approved early termination of the Foothill operator contract, bringing landfill operations back under county management. This transition will save the county about $2.4 million each year in operational costs. Those savings give us the opportunity to lower gate fees and pass the benefit directly to our community. We are recommending a consistent pre-sort rate structure across all county-owned facilities. Specifically, we propose that Foothill Landfill and North County Landfill have a reduction in their pre-sort rate to $40.64 per ton. This is a 12% decrease at Foothill Landfill and an 18% decrease at North County Landfill. We are also proposing to reduce the rate at Lovelace Transfer Station to $67.03 per ton, which is a 12% decrease. These changes align our landfill pricing structure, ensure rate parity, and reflect recent operational efficiencies. Reducing gate fee rates benefits all county landfill customers, which includes a large majority of residents and businesses in the county. As we are wrapping up, we want to highlight a few of the benefits. Residential customers in unincorporated areas will see an average 5% reduction on their bills because haulers are required to pass on those savings, while city residential customers may also benefit to the extent that their contracts require residential haulers to pass along the savings. Since commercial customers negotiate their own contracts, lower gate fee rates will put downward pressure on commercial hauler rates as well. By providing tangible savings to county landfill customers, the recommended fee adjustments support the board's strategic priority to maintain fiscal responsibility and promote organizational innovation. I'll now turn it over to Director Buckman to review today's recommendation.
Thank you, Deputy Director Tolliver, Chair Canepa, and board members. This concludes our presentation. Following any questions the board may have, it is our recommendation that you conduct a public hearing and consider reducing the pre-sort gate fee rate at North County and to establish new pre-sort gate fee rates at Foothill and Lovelace. Mr. Tolliver and I are available to address any questions your board may have.
We've been talking a lot of trash lately, but it's pretty amazing because you never see rates go down. And I want to hand it to you guys because what you've done and what we've done as a board, putting out bids and making changes and, you know, doing positive things, extending, buying the property next to the landfill is absolutely amazing. So I want to commend Public Works Department for what you're doing. A $2.4 million savings. Usually we don't give money back. Usually we raise rates. So for me, it's an exciting day, not only for people, the taxpayers. We did that with Area C. You are doing it just by being proactive and making changes so that we can actually do better for our citizens and save some money instead of charge more money. So after that, any supervisors, questions, comments? Okay, so at this time, are we good to open the public hearing? Are we good? Okay, at this time, I'll open the public hearing.
Chair Canepa, if I can make it just a brief comment. I wanted to thank our hardworking solid waste staff for putting these proposals together that we've been sharing. Our integrated waste manager, Bryce Howard, and his team of Lorna Ariola, Mark Houghton, Bill Bear, and Julie D'Ambroso, and their teams, respective teams, have been working hard on a number of projects. And of course, there's more to come, but I wanted to acknowledge them publicly today.
Thank you. It's nice to see government work in the right direction correctly.
Yep. Stay tuned, there is more to come.
Awesome. Okay. So at this time, open the public hearing. Anybody have public comments? Everybody's happy? Wow, that's a first. Okay. So we closing the public hearing. Right? All about garbage. All right. Speakers, Supervisor Ding.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It always happens like that in the 4th Supervisory District, Area C, where rates come down. I want to thank you for all your hard work on this and remind the board and thank them once again. None of this would have happened. You know, it started when we, you know, the first time in decades, put the contracts out for public bid, and that kind of started the ball rolling. So competition is always a good thing. So thank you, and make sure to tell the rest of your staff thanks.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Will do. Thank you.
Supervisor Garcia.
No, I just want to back that up. Great job. You got a great team. You know, I look in the crowd, I see some of our private partners out there, and I was hoping actually they would get up to speak to some positive, because often, you know, when you sit up in these seats, you hear a lot of the negative. And I also want to give you a shout out to your office to offering jobs to some of the ones that had lost their jobs through OE3, I believe. And giving them new positions with the county. So I appreciate your guys' work on that.
You bet. Thank you.
Perfect. I guess the next step is call for motion.
Second.
With a motion and second on the floor, quickly, Madam Clerk. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
just a question for county administrator or general counsel. Do we have to be in closed door session at a certain time, or can we move forward?
No, we don't have outside counsel coming in today.
So is your question to move the in-home supportive services public authority and the San Joaquin County Flood Control and Water Conservation? Do you want to go to discussion? Is that what you'd like to do?
I think we can get them both in.
Okay. All right, we'll move on then. In-home supportive services public authority. Need to recess the Board of Supervisors meeting. Announce that the board will be acting as the governing board of the In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority. IHSS retroactive approval of the In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority salary schedule effective July 14th, 2025 as required by the California Public Employees Retirement System, Title II, California Code of Regulations, Section 570.5. Call for a motion.
So moved.
And a second, please.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk. For retroactive approval. Have first and a second, call for the vote. Okay, we're gonna adjourn in-home health services, and that motion passes 5-0. And at this time, we'll open San Joaquin County Flood Control and Water Conservation District. Announce that the board will be voting as the governing board of the San Joaquin Flood Control and Water Conservation District. Approve a consulting services agreement in amount not to exceed $1,693,375 with MRPE Incorporated for the Acampo Area Drainage and Innovation Project Phase 2B, 4th District.
Motion to approve.
Motion and a second.
Second.
Motion and a second. Call for the vote. Motion passes 5-0. Okay, moving right on. Discussion item, authorize county staff to negotiate a community workforce training agreement with San Joaquin Building and Construction Trades Council and return the board with a draft agreement, implementation plan, and recommended ordinance resolution. The joint letter came from Supervisor Dollywall and myself. So at this time, we'll open up Supervisor Dollywall. You have the floor.
Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me speak after the public comments.
Okay. So at this time, any other board comments? We're on discussion item number 1. PLA local workforce. Okay, so at this time, we will open it up for the first speaker, Lee Hetzler. And after Lee Hetzler on deck is Dave Tafosa.
I'm a disabled veteran and also a small business. I'm a licensed general contractor here. I live in Escalon, and I'm working towards being able to do public works contracts. This worries me that you're going to cut me out of the competition by making union-only contracts for the public works. And we're going to cut down on the competition for these bids. You know, this building, the courthouse, was all built under competitive bidding practices. And it just worries me that if you just make union only, which I'm a strong supporter, I do support the union. Before I joined the military in 2001, I was actually working for a union company doing underground construction. After 9/11, I made the decision to serve my country, enlisted in the Army, spent 7.5 years serving in the U.S. Army Infantry, 2 combat deployments. And like I said, I was born right here at St. Joseph's Hospital in 1981. My family's been in this valley since the turn of the century. My great-grandfather was, a blacksmith in Escalon in 1911. I just think that we can, if we eliminate the competition or cut down on the amount of competition that can be bidding on these, it's going to raise the costs for us as taxpayers. It's going to limit your competition even among the union companies, kind of create a monopoly where small businesses won't even be able to compete with the big union outfits if you just say that it's only union that can participate in this. I would love to be able to have union employees someday. I just started my business, and so it creates another barrier to entry to be able to do these public works contracts by having to have a union. And I'm sure you on this Board of Supervisors know that doing anything with the government, there's a lot of bureaucracy barriers that you have to go through, and adding one more is going to really eliminate small business participation in the county contracts. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your service. Also.
Chairman, with your permission, sir, can I ask you a quick question? In your business, what's the monetary amount the projects that you usually do?
I just started in February working on my own. My business currently, small remodel projects, usually around the $15,000 to $20,000 range. And I would like to be able to get bigger, but you've got to start slowly, you know.
Okay, so your projects that's what I was trying to get. So your projects are usually 15, 20?
Yeah, because I'm trying to build my business and build my experience, and you know, I don't want to bite off more than I can chew at one time.
All right, I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
And thank you, Chairman, for your patience.
Thank you. Yes. Dave DeFosa and Tim Robertson's on deck, please.
Good morning, San Joaquin Board of Supervisors. My name is Dave DeFoya. I'm a representative of the bricklayers, tileiers, and allied crafts, Local 3, Northern California. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. By establishing the San Joaquin CWTA, we can create pathways for the residents and learn, earn, and build their futures locally. Apprenticeships allow people to earn while they learn, providing family supporting wages while giving contractors access to well-trained workforce. This strengthens our local economy, keeps tax dollars here at home, and gives young people a reason to stay and succeed in our community. I respectfully ask that the council support the San Joaquin CWTA, whether through partnership, land, or resources. This is an investment in people and businesses and a long-term strength for San Joaquin County. The BAC Local 3 has a training center located in Tracy in San Joaquin County, located at 23457 South Schulte Road. This is a state-of-the-art training center that broke ground in 2009 that members of the City Council have had a chance to visit in recent weeks. Currently, we have about 115 apprentices enrolled. Applications are year-round, Monday through Friday, 8:30 to 11 a.m. Thank you for your time and your leadership.
Thank you. Tim Robertson, and on deck is Liz Sutton.
Good morning, Chairman Canepa, Vice Chair Dollywall, Supervisors, Administrator Regallo. My name is Tim Robertson. I'm Executive Director of the San Joaquin Building Trades Council, standing to strongly encourage you to vote yes to direct staff to negotiate a community workforce training agreement. We have long time been partners with this county in a lot of different ways, notably through our training programs where we are seeking to provide opportunities for everyone to join these. We have a special place where we have these great careers that are available to anybody who is ready to show up on time and work hard. That partnership has included special outreach to youth in this area. We just had an MC3 apprentice readiness class that was almost entirely just graduated high school seniors, and they're working their way into apprenticeship programs now on a great path. We just had a all-women's cohort where we are ambitiously opening our doors to more women in these fields and giving them access to these great union careers, which just to note the domestic violence discussion, having the economic freedom to chart your own course, we find to be very important. We have a deep partnership with this county. We serve on the Workforce Development Board, our partners in workforce development. Driving these programs, our apprenticeship readiness programs. We partner with the jail, the sheriff, the district attorney to do this program in the county jail, where individuals have a minuscule recidivism rate that come from our class versus those from the general population as they reinvent their lives away from a cycle of crime that has gotten them there in the first place. All of these because what we care about the most are opportunities. This deal, this agreement will allow more and more local people to go into these classes and work their way into the thriving careers here in San Joaquin County and become taxpayers and homeowners and productive members of society. That's why we do this. Want to take a look? If everybody here that is supporting, please stand up real quick. Everyone here today is here because there's one part of our story, these union supporters, where we have our marriages, having the birth of our kids. Everyone in here, it's when we signed our union card as well. That was the day that the dreams that we had never even dreamed of having turned around and became reality. And everything that we could hope for our families, our future families, became something that was within our reach. People want to work hard. They need great opportunities to build a life and build a family. Union construction careers are that opportunity that anybody can do if you're willing to wake up, show up on time, and work hard. Passing this deal, this agreement with the building trades will allow us to multiply the number of opportunities available in our apprenticeship readiness program and our apprenticeship programs to continue to build for the future of San Joaquin County and our families. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Liz Sutton and William Gonzalez is on deck, please.
Good evening, Chair and board members. My name is Liz Sutton. I'm with the Sheet Metal Workers Local 104. I'm the business rep for San Joaquin County and a resident here. I was fortunate enough to get into a union construction trade, and it gave me opportunities to be able to be in the position I am today. PLAs give the opportunity to work here. Also, a lot of our community residents, over 100,000 of them, commute either to the Bay Area or to Sacramento for livable wages. Let me repeat that, for livable wages. I was one of them, having to get up at 2:30 in the morning and drive over the Altamont to work. But because of PLAs that have been signed in the Stockton area, gave me the opportunity to work where I live. That means I'm spending the money that I'm earning in this county. And also, these give opportunities for our members to spend time with their families, be there for their soccer games, be there for their school events. So I'm asking you to vote yes to start negotiations. And I also have sent letters to you guys, and I have copies on behalf of our local construction contractors in support of this too. So thank you.
Thank you. William Gonzalez. Brett Dede is on deck, please.
Good morning. My name is William Gonzalez, and I'm here on behalf of District Council 16, Painters and Allied Trades. We work closely with the San Joaquin Building Construction Trades Council, and I'm here asking for your support in starting negotiations with the community workforce training agreement. This type of agreement is about more than just building projects. It's about investing in our people. It makes sure that every contractor on covered projects provides real health care and retirement benefits to the workers who build them. That levels the playing field for contractors and makes sure that workers can support their families and build a stable career. A key part of this agreement is local hire. It prioritizes putting the San Joaquin County residents to work on these projects, the same schools, libraries, and community spaces they use every day instead of bringing in crews from outside the area. This keeps those opportunities and paychecks right here at home. District Council 16 has also put down roots locally here in Tracy, San Joaquin County. We just opened up a new training center that gives residents direct access to apprenticeship and readiness programs that lead to solid middle-class careers in the trades. We now have the training infrastructure in place to support a strong local hire program and make sure our residents are ready to step onto these jobs. Other communities have adopted similar agreements and have more apprenticeship opportunities, stronger local economies, and projects delivered on time and on budget. This is a chance to do the same right here in San Joaquin County. I'm asking the board to support and move forward with negotiations for a community workforce training agreement so we can make sure our public projects create good jobs for local workers, strengthen families, and keeps taxpayer dollars circulating right here in the community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Brett Dede, and on deck is Dave Lagoria.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Thank you for having the opportunity to talk to you about this. I'd like you to vote no on this. I'm representing DD Construction. We're a family-owned and operated company here in Lodi, here in San Joaquin County. We are an open shop. We want the opportunity as well to be able to bid on your work. We work with union and non-union contractors, subcontractors, but if you guys put a CWTA or a PLA in place, it essentially eliminates us from even going after those and having those same opportunities that everyone else is. Everyone is required to pay prevailing wages, follow the same rules, that sort of stuff. By doing this, you're excluding a group of contractors and small businesses that won't have those same opportunities. Yes, they could sign up to do it, but those employees that have to pay into those benefit programs and those sorts of things never vest in it because they're not in it long enough. So you're paying into a pension program or benefit program that you don't get to see the benefits from. So from an opportunity standpoint, that's what we're looking for as well, is we want the same opportunity to be able to bid on your work in the future. We like doing work in the community, we're in the community, and we want to be able to kind of continue to help support everyone around us and our local subcontractors as well. Yeah, that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Dave Ligorio, and on deck is DJ Hill, please.
Chairman Canepa and Supervisors, thank you for this opportunity. I'm local, third and fourth generation Italian American. My parents had a restaurant here in the 60s and 70s, and I've worked for DD Construction for 35 years. Great local company. Your guys' focus is local hire and putting the money back into this county, which I'm all for. My taxes have gone into this county my whole life. But you think about the workers, which not all the union workers are in this county that are going to be working on your projects. They use it, if they come through the local hall, they may live in another county, but they're considered local because they're coming through that local hall, which is not actually local. The money's not getting spent here. The other thing not thought about either is not just the employees, but DD Construction has done hundreds of millions of projects over the last 40 years in the county, public works and private, and not only the employees, but the company has given hundreds of thousands of dollars to local charities and other companies. So there's only one other union contractor, general contractor in the county, and that's F&H, and they don't even bid half the stuff in this county. They're in Hawaii and other areas. So we hire union, non-union. We do not discriminate, and this is kind of misdirected, you guys, that this is a discrimination against merit shops who are equally trained and equally local. So I am all for a local hire ordinance, doing a local hire ordinance, but don't discriminate and only allow union contractors to do the work here. Let me see if I have one other thing here. I think this board and the past board, you guys have done a great job. I worked with the past board. They did not put this agenda on because they saw that it was discrimination. So I would highly recommend that you guys do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. DJ Hill and Lupita Gutierrez is on deck, please.
Hello, everybody. My name is DJ Hill, and I'm with the National Electrical Contractors Association. I work on behalf of over 80 electrical contractors here in Northern California. These are employers who provide hundreds of good-paying jobs to local workers. I'm here today to speak in strong support of the project labor agreements, or the CWTA. These agreements are more than just paperwork. They're a proven way to make sure large construction projects are completed on time, on budget, and with the highest quality standards. These PLAs benefit local contractors and local workers. They bring increased communication to on-site and thorough regularly scheduled coordination meetings, which means projects tend to run more smoothly. Working with NECA, I represent local businesses that employ highly trained, highly skilled craftspeople. For us, it's not just about getting the job done. It's about getting it done right the first time. Project coordination is also a top priority. A PLA is a living, working document signed by the building trades with buy-in from all affiliate members. All contractors, union or non-union, are required to follow the same working rules, conditions, and safety standards outlined in the agreement. That creates a level playing field and ensures safety and quality across the board. PLAs also help strengthen our local workforce. They often include provisions to hire locally and open doors for underrepresented groups. That means more opportunities for our neighbors and more career paths for the next generation. A PLA is not about politics, it's about performance. It's an agreement that provides workers, supports contractors, and safeguards taxpayer dollars. That's why this delivery method is already being successful in many other districts in Northern California. Once again, I'd like to take the time to thank you for considering this valuable approach, and by adopting PLAs, we're investing in projects that are safer, fair, and built to last, projects that we can all be proud of. Thank you.
Lupita Gutierrez and Ryan Haggerty are on deck.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Lupita Gutierrez, and I am a Program Director with the San Joaquin Building Trades Council. We represent 19 construction unions. In attendance, we have the Operating Engineers Local 3, the Iron Workers Local 118 and 378, the Bricklayers Local 3, Sheet Metal Workers Local 104, IBW Local 595, Plumbers and Pipe Fitters Local 442, as William from DC 16 and his brothers, Insulators Local 16, Roofers Local 81, and then Cement Masons Local 300. And part of my job is to run our MC3 Apprentice Readiness Program. And the goal of this program is to get folks into our affiliates' apprenticeship programs. I do want to flag that we represent 96% of active apprentices here in San Joaquin County. And the goal of this program is to give people a shot at the middle class through a career in the trades. Many of you have had the opportunity to see our work firsthand at our program graduations. And as Tim mentioned, we've focused on really serving these folks from less fortunate backgrounds. So we've trained over the past year. The program has been in existence for a number of years, but in the last year, we've served young adults, single parents who are ready to provide for their families. Through our jail program, we also serve the formerly incarcerated. We've been serving women. We've also been serving middle-aged folks who have been working in dead-end jobs and wanted to start a career for themselves. And someone has mentioned here opportunity. I would say that not only are we one of the most recognized workforce development providers in the county, but we're also an opportunity provider. Part of my job is to case manage our graduates, and our graduates are telling us that they're getting approved to buy their first home. They finally have a retirement plan. They're taking family vacations. Just 2 weeks ago, I checked in with one of our female graduates. She came to us after leaving an abusive relationship, and she told us that she just bought her first car. So I'm sharing these stories of, opportunity, of perseverance, of, breaking generational cycles, because the only reason that we were able to provide these opportunities was because of these community workforce and training agreements that we have in place, like the one that we have with City of Stockton. So I'm here to humbly ask you to consider, beginning negotiations with us so that we could open the doors for more San Joaquin County residents. Thank you for your time and your commitment to San Joaquin County's working people. Thank you.
Thank you. Ryan Haggerty and Eric Christers.
Good day, Chair Canepa, Board of Supervisors. My name is Ryan Haggerty. In 2009, March of 2009, I had an epiphany that I had not driven down March Lane on a Tuesday at 10:30 in the morning in over 6 years. And I was working for a Bay Area contractor out of Redwood City, building Costco's and Targets, commuting every single morning and every single evening. And my wife and I set out on faith and a dream to build our own local general contracting company right here in San Joaquin County. Today, we're one of the largest open shops, general contracting shops. We employ nearly 100 local residents. We're doing tens and tens and tens of millions of dollars in annual revenue here locally in the county. We're doing projects in the valuation of $12 to $15 million per project. We're bidding on projects in the range of $15 to $20 million. And I'm here in opposition of the CWTA. I want to be very clear that very many of our trade partners are union shops, and we value them and their labor very much. They do excellent work for us. There's no doubt about that. 50% of our annual work right now currently is public works. Again, employing nearly 100 local residents on public works projects in and throughout the county. In the last 3 years, we've completed over 6,000 hours of on-the-job training, documented training, reimbursed by the state of California through the Employment Training Panel, the ETP program. So we are training our staff. 20% of our staff or more is female. CWTAs or PLAs are divisive and discriminatory. And I want to say that again, they're divisive and discriminatory. Currently, anybody can bid on your work, but you implement a CWTA or PLA, and it will be discriminatory against us open shops. It's not fair. In a time of equity and inclusion, CWTAs do not promote fair and open contracting. They just don't. They succinctly ignore the fiscal responsibility our local government has to its constituents across all lines. Competition is good. I heard it said earlier by one of the supervisors on another topic. Have you audited the results of any local or statewide CWTAs? I was actively opposed to Stockton CWTA, and if you look at the data, it's absurd. Clearly, the non-union shops are disproportionately represented here. I hope that I'll hear from you or that we can talk about this as you further your considerations. I'd encourage you to please meet with both sides. And should you decide to approve a CWTA, I encourage a high minimum project valuation of $30 million at least. And I encourage you to have a carve-out exception for all local San Joaquin County contractors, union or non-union. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric, and I apologize, I can't read your last name. And then Matt Leifer is on deck, please.
Eric Christen, Executive Director of the Coalition for Fair Employment in Construction. We're a statewide organization that was formed by union and non-union construction firms 27 years ago solely to oppose discriminatory and divisive project labor agreements founded by both union and non-union companies. I say that because one thing you'll notice today is the only people you hear speaking in favor of the PLA are big labor special interests and business agents who don't own one shop, don't employ one worker. You will not have a union contractor here showing support for a project labor agreement. Very telling. What you will have are non-union contractors by the bushel telling you why they won't bid your projects. So my question here is for the board chairman, who was the only supervisor who was unable, despite 12 different invitations, to meet with our contractors, our apprentices, and our workers to meet. So I'm going to direct these questions specifically at you and have this be the Socratic method that we're going to employ here. Were you aware that the Bureau of Labor Statistics has shown that in this region, 93% of the construction workforce wakes up on a daily basis and chooses to work in a union-free environment? 93%. That's who you will be excluding in a time of high macro inflation and in the construction industry, unseen inflation. You're bringing in this radical, divisive agreement into that will exclude workers, increase costs by reducing bidders, because 93% of them are non-union. I'm not sure why you wouldn't even return a phone call and meet with all the contractors and association representations that wanted to meet, but I encourage you to do so after this meeting while negotiations, should they go forward, are going on. Have you read more than the 24 studies, peer-reviewed studies, that show PLA's increased costs? Have you read any of the dozens of examples from Watsonville, Stockton, and Sacramento, some of the few entities that employ PLAs, how they have, through staff's own admission, increased costs by reducing bidders? I've sent you all these examples, explicit, specific examples of how PLAs have reduced competition on their projects with PLAs, and staff blames it entirely on the project labor agreement. Have you read any of them? Local hire, that's the rationale you hear from people who represent 7% of the workers. 93% of the workers, if you cut them out vis-a-vis the PLA through the provisions that these contractors have told you are in PLAs, you're not negotiating a PLA, you're being handed a template and told to sign on the dotted line. There are no negotiations. If there were, you'd have everybody at the table. Will everybody be at the table negotiating the PLA, or just the 7% represented by unions? It's something you really need to ask yourself. Why would you have negotiations from a group of people who don't represent the majority of the construction industry and have them be at the negotiating table, but not the majority of the construction industry? Why would you do that? How much will it cost you just to oversee this PLA? How much will that cost? Have you looked at any of the other examples of PLAs from around the state to show what's in them? Do the right thing and vote against the PLA, but if you're going to do it, have everybody be at the table. Thank you.
Thank you. Matt Leifer and Rex Heim is on deck.
Good morning. My name's Matt Leifer. I work with Helix Electric. I'm also the chair of the WICA Apprenticeship Training Committee. I'm here to ask you to vote no against the CWTA. We employ 80 to 100 local electricians in San Joaquin County, and I would like all of my electricians to be able to work close to their home. They're qualified, they're certified, and I would love them to continue to work in and around this area. We've built many great projects. I personally was the project manager of the Stockton Courthouse right across the street here. We also just built the Great Wolf Lodge in the last 4 or 5 years. And they've all been very good builds, and we've done that with other contractors on the job that are union, and we work very well with them. We're actually friends with some of them. So we're just asking you to keep the competition open, keep it fair, and allow us to bid these projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Rex Heim and Raul Hernandez is on deck.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Rex Heim with the Western Electrical Contractors Association, here to speak in opposition of the CWTA. WICA has a state and federally approved apprenticeship program. We train apprentices all throughout the state of California, and it is an earn while you learn system. Our apprentices are lucky enough to have the opportunity to earn a livable wage while they're getting their education through WICA, and all of that is sponsored through our contractor members. They are the ones paying for their apprenticeship program, and so they're not losing any money out of pocket for their education. WICA contractors have done great work for the county and would love to continue that and keep developing the great relationship that has existed already for so long. And a CWTA would discriminate against merit shop contractors, their local workforce, apprenticeship programs, and disincentivize participation in your bidding process. 2 of these specific items that will be in a PLA or CWTA if it comes forward: a core worker agreement. This will essentially limit any merit shop contractors from using a certain amount of their own employees, regardless of if they're local or not. So if local hire is truly the goal, I don't know why there are provisions inside CWTAs that prohibit local workers from working on specific projects. Also, the definition of apprentice. I did mention our WICA apprenticeship program. In every CWTA and PLA we've seen, there is a specific definition of apprentice that is solely JATC and discriminates explicitly against every other state-approved apprenticeship program. And we are all on board that apprenticeship is a great pathway to climbing the ladder of success and building a great opportunity in life for your family. And all apprenticeships, state-approved, should have the same opportunity to work on these projects and develop their careers. Everyone speaking in support of this item today has the opportunity to work on county projects, whether you pass a CWTA or not. The only people who are here speaking against the CWTA will actually be discriminated against, and their opportunities, that has been a big word this morning, will be prevented from going any further. What we have here is a decision you have to make whether you move forward with a CWTA or not. You can move forward with a CWTA that has discrimination based on affiliation, or you could decide to go with fair and open competition and access for all. What I think would help with that decision going forward when making this big of a decision for the county level is having contractor surveys, sending out study sessions on previous work that's done. Is local hire an issue? Is there something that we need to cure here? Is this a solution in search of a problem, or is this just trying to monopolize all the public works at the county level? So please consider those things when you make your decision, but we are opposed to a CWTA. Thank you.
Thank you. Raul Hernandez and Faye Giacini is on deck.
Hello, Chair and fellow supervisors. My name is Raul Hernandez. I'm with the San Joaquin Building Trades Council, and I represent over 12,000 working men and women here. What I want to talk about is a couple of facts, because the people that had spoken previous to me have pretty much decided to lie on the podium here and telling lies about what a PLA is. A PLA does not restrict non-union contractors to bid on a project, because it is illegal on public works codes to discriminate against that, and it's got to be an open bid process. So that's the first lie I want to say that is being spoken here. The others is that you're gonna limit the amount of people that are gonna bid on a project. That is a flat out lie also. The fact that they're saying that it's gonna make projects more expensive is a lie. The fact that it's gonna lower the amount of people that bid on a project is a lie. The only thing that contributes to lack of bid response is the market. Are a lot of people building, a lot of vendors building, or are they not building? If a lot of construction is going on in the whole perimeter area, not outside of San Joaquin County, then contractors are gonna be more selective. If it's slow, there's hardly no work, there's more people gonna bid on your projects because non-responsive bids already happen and there is no PLA. The fact that they say that it's gonna be more expensive, another lie. There's projects already that the county has put out to bid and have gone far beyond what the engineering estimate was. Because what contributes to the high cost is goods. Products, how much do they cost? The labor is not what causes the high dollar amounts because that wage is already set. Prevailing wage is set. That does not change. Okay? And the other fact that another one of my colleagues mentioned is we represent 96% of state registered apprentices in this county. 96% belong to a JETC. And that's important to disclose here. You know, in the end, I want to finish that San Joaquin County, San Joaquin Building Trades has been very proactive without the help of San Joaquin County in trying to build the local workforce by providing and expanding our opportunities. And all we're asking today is that you guys come on board and help us like other public entities have done in your county. City of Stockton, Delta College, Stockton Unified. It's because of them that our MC3 program is flourishing. And it's unfair that you guys reap the benefits of what they've done and you guys don't come on board. So I ask you to partner with us and take this to where it needs to be and build our middle class. We need more middle class jobs and this provides it. So support negotiations with the PLA.
Thank you. Faye Giussini and Juan Perez is on deck, please.
Good morning, honorable supervisors. My name is Faye Yassini. I'm with Associated Builders and Contractors, Northern California. ABC NorCal represents more than 73,000 construction professionals across all trades in Northern California. We believe public construction projects should be awarded based on merit to the most qualified, responsible low bidders. We are against the CWTA because they increase costs. Under a CWTA, contractors would have to pay union dues and benefits on top of their normal payroll. And that would discourage businesses who are not signatories to the unions from bidding on projects. When competition drops, costs go up. Numerous studies have shown that CWTAs can increase project costs by 12 to 20%. Those costs will have to be paid by the taxpayers. The fact that CWTAs increase costs is also the very reason the governor vetoed a bill last year in 2024. One of the reasons that Supervisors Canepa and Dhaliwal recommend a CWTA is that CWTAs commonly set hire goals of approximately 50% of total craft hours for local residents and set apprentice participation goals. That's great. But what do factual data actually show you? CWTAs claim to ensure local hiring goals are met by requiring contractors to hire workers through union halls. The workers in those union halls are not always local. They come from outside sometimes, so the union hall is local, but the workforce in it is not. Therefore, that kind of defeats the purpose. There's the construction workforce in California who are union is less than 15%, and that data comes from the U.S. Bureau of Labor and Statistics. You can check it online. A CWTA also prohibits apprentices trained through unilateral apprenticeship committee programs from working on public works projects. That's the program that we have, and allows only those from joint apprenticeship training committee programs that work under unions to participate in public works projects. We've also enhanced our programs to include women. We have grants to enhance the programs, include women, include second chance individuals to participate in those apprenticeship programs. We have them being trained right now. On behalf of our members, we urge the Board of Supervisors to, number one, request data from jurisdictions that have mandated CWTA. And despite the data that you receive, if you decide to move forward, please include merit shop contractors in the negotiations as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Juan Perez and Michelle Gianelli is on deck, please.
Good morning, Supervisors. Cost. The PLAs don't increase project costs. There are several pre-reviewed studies to support this argument. One peer-reviewed study focused on 99 community college projects in California between 2007 and 2016. After accounting for project size and complexity, project location, the business cycle, and the season when the project was awarded. PLAs had no effect on construction costs. This is from Phillips and Weitzman in 2021. We've sent you the website to look at all this stuff. PLA projects are more likely to be completed on time and under budget. PLAs attract higher quality contractors. This leads to projects with fewer safety incidents and change orders, which help save taxpayer money. Lowest bid projects often end up costing more due to incident and change efforts. PLAs ensure responsible bids that protect taxpayer money. I ask you to vote yes to direct staff to start negotiations with the Building Trades Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle Gianelli. And Aureliano Ochoa is on deck, please.
Good morning, Council. My name's Michelle Gianelli. I am with Operating Engineers. I'm the business agent for San Joaquin County, but I'm not here with them. I'm here with the San Joaquin County Building Trades and the San Joaquin County Building Trades Women's Solidarity Committee. So we have strived over the last 2 years to figure out why there's not a lot of women in construction, and a lot of it is support. From the very beginning, women aren't always taught to use tools. We're taught to cook, we're taught to clean, and we're taught to stay inside. So one thing we've learned is support system. So we've created our own support system within the community. And through our MC3 program, we did our first all-women's cohort in the prison, and that was very successful. One of those graduates is Sherry Torres. She graduated. She wanted to be here today to speak, but she couldn't because she's at work. She's on a paving crew with Tiger Construction working in Tracy. So because of this MC3 program, she had 10 weeks of pre-apprenticeship. Then she, while she was in jail, she applied for our program. And when she got out, she got right into our program. And 6 weeks later, she was working. She's made more money than she's ever made before in her life as an apprentice. So instead of going in and out of jail, she now has a support system. She calls us, we support her and what she needs. We tell her, give her ways to try to navigate through a male dominated workforce. And that helps her, now she has her own home. She bought her own car. She has all of her children living with her again. And she does want to be here to support the MC3 program that she went through. But she's working, so I am here to speak on her behalf and also for the community. I own 2 houses in San Joaquin County. I was in the field for 20 years before I came on staff with my union. I did not work in San Joaquin County. I did not get to see my son walk for the first time because I had to commute somewhere else. So for the women of our community, this is a huge improvement. Being able to be at home at night, being able to take your son trick-or-treating, being able to come home every single night instead of once a week is a huge impact. And that's how we're gonna retain women in the construction industry, is making local hire. And that's what I'm here to support. Thank you.
Thank you. Aureliano Ochoa.
Hello, Chair and members of the board. My name is Aureliano Ochoa, and I'm here representing the Heat and Frost Insulators Local 16, and we're standing strong with the San Joaquin Building Trades. I was here to talk about, like all my sister and brothers have been talking about. I agree with them 100%. So most likely I'm gonna share you my personal story. I've been on both sides of the fence, if we're gonna put it like that. I started working non-union, and through 10 years, 12 years, I wasn't able to establish in one place, get a house, a nice car. I had a car that was praying every morning to God just to make it to work, because I couldn't afford to get something else. Then the union came and offered me an opportunity that another 12 years, that now I can call it a career. I own a house. I have a vehicle. My wife does. I have 3 kids. Finally, we were able to take them to a nice vacation when I wasn't able to do that before. So all I'm asking you here to share my story, to give the people from San Joaquin the same opportunity I was given when I became from open shops that wasn't able to afford anything. Thank you.
Thank you. Anthony Viscuso.
Good morning, Council. Supervisors. My name is Anthony Viscuso. I'm also a business agent with the Local 16 Heat and Frost Insulators, but I'm also a compliance officer. And I'd like to talk to you about the Napa County Jail project that recently, it's still underway, but 4 years ago, we sat down with the County Board of Supervisors, and we talked about them putting a PLA on that project. And the fear, they voted it down, and the fear was that the cost was already projected at $110 million, and they were concerned that a 10% overage of $121 million would break the budget on that project. Well, that project today does not have a PLA, and it's currently sitting at $133 million as it stands. So PLAs don't change the cost of the project. Oftentimes, project engineers miss things, or there's change orders, or something gets missed. But what I want to really bring your attention to on that project was that I went out there and found some guys doing our work that were not getting paid the right wage. When I dug into their story, the contractor was a plumbing contractor by the name of Cobabe, and they had a crew of 13 people out there for over a year. They told them they were going to pay them prevailing wage. They paid them the hourly wage of what a union worker would get on the check. They paid them that on the check, and then all the benefits that were supposed to be above that, roughly $40 an hour. They said, we're going to go put this into a retirement account for you. Go down to this place and open a retirement account. They went and opened that retirement account for over a year. Not a single deposit went into that account. That contractor got fined. They got held accountable for, but those guys, it took them a long time to get paid. So in the meantime, the contractors just found another way to steal money from the members. You don't run into that issue when everybody is being run through compliance through a union contract. Every non-union contractor, we sign one-off agreements. They can come in, they can get their guys in, they can use their own guys, dispatch through the union, and those guys will get paid exactly what they're supposed to get paid. It prevents cheating. If they say they're not going to bid, that's their choice not to bid. I don't know why they wouldn't bid. Especially the general contractors that are already using union guys, that's fine. If they're already using their own crew on the job site, they should already be paying them the prevailing wage. I don't see the problem with them bidding. So having a PLA, it is going to make sure that every single worker on that job is protected, because the second one of our members doesn't get paid right, they call us, we go down and talk to the contractor, and we get it dealt with right then and there, usually before the day's over. So PLAs come with built-in compliance and make sure that every single worker on that job gets everything they're entitled to, and that's really a good reason to have this. So I strongly encourage you guys to support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else who hasn't filled out a card like to come forward and speak? Come forward and state your name, please.
Sure. Molly Watkins. I'm going to stand here as a citizen listening to all this. I can tell you that the California unemployment rate for our state currently is 5.5%. San Joaquin County is 7.2%. So we have more unemployment in this county. So the question is, why fix something that's not broke? We have been working with the system without this agreement, and it seems like everybody's hunky-dory and we're doing just fine. So why do we need to cater to the 15% that are in the labor union. Because 85% of us, those of us in farming know this, we're non-union. We're right to work. So if you keep it as it is, you get everybody at the table, they all bid, and then you get to pick. And if you want to cheat and pick this guy over that guy, then you can do that. But they're all at the table. You're laughing, but isn't that the way it works? Come on now, y'all know that. You're men, I'm women, we know how the game is played. So anyway, why do we need to change the system that seems to be working? That's the question. Thank you.
Thank you. Please no comments when somebody else is speaking.
Good morning, Board. My name is John Tweed. I am a business rep for Glazers Local 767, District Council 16. I'm excited to announce that District Council 16 has now built a state-of-the-art training center in Tracy. The reason why we moved to Tracy, we had so many members going over the Altamont. So now we are also bringing in all the Bay Area across into San Joaquin County. This training center now will train up to 500 people, members a week, apprentices, and that will bring in dollars to the county and the city of Tracy as well. This is a win-win thing. When you hear the word community workforce training agreement, it's about the community and what we do on the outreach, whether it be the MC3 program, whether it be recruiting at the local high schools, or what we do to help the community. I stand strongly in support of CWTAs and PLAs, and like I said, I'm a veteran as well. When I got out of the Marine Corps, I didn't have anything, but the union gave it to me through apprenticeship programs and through the communities. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Anybody else? Just come forward, state your name.
Good morning, Chairman, Supervisors. My name is Corey Van Rice. I'm a member of Sheet Metal Workers Local 104. I'm here in support of the CWTA. It was okay. We're here in support of workers. Workers getting paid a fair wage for a fair day's work. Contractors can choose to bid work or not bid work, but this is about workers. This is about people who are trying to make a living to protect their families, to get paid a fair wage that allows them to take care of their kids, to have health care, to have a retirement, so that they are not a drag on society in their later years, right? Do this for the constituents that you have that are trying to get into the middle class, and for the constituents that you have that are trying to stay in the middle class. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jody Graham, and I'm just here as a taxpayer, and I've listened to both sides. And I just feel as a taxpayer that I would like it to be a free and fair and open competition to all. And I think that that would best serve our county and the taxpayers and our dollars is to have it open to everyone. So I would stand in opposition of this agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, we'll bring it back to the board. So thank you. I have read the countless emails. Nicole Gehring is a board aide for Supervisor Ding, and she worked for ABC. So well aware of the people in the community and how this is affected. I've also been going to the MC3 apprenticeship programs at the jail. The last cohort was women, and unfortunately, all of those women had worked in warehouses. So for me, the opportunity to not only keep local jobs here locally and train locally is of importance to me. How we keep that tax dollar present and make sure that we are training folks for a workforce. And I understand it. Where are they at what union? This is to get local folks hired in local communities and get them living wages. So that's where I'm coming from. I see it firsthand. I see the dedication. I see the folks and the responses in the community, but I also see Ryan Haggerty's side of it. So how do we go about it, and how do we do it so that folks in our community are given the possibility of chances? I work for my family's business. I probably wish that I had taken a different career opportunity many, many years ago when I had the chance to do it. And so it's important that people know about these education processes and how we do it. It is always divide. I don't know, Collins Electric's here, the Genie family, I've been friends with them forever, and it works for them. So where it's always whatever side you're on. So is the extra money then go to the business owner? Does it go back towards the community? And that's always the question is we have in free enterprise, because you have folks here that are non-union folks that have apprenticeship programs that do the same thing. Where does ABC train? Are they taking local presence? And so for me, those are all questions, and I've seen it. The data is not perfect in one way or the other. And I mean, and I've seen the different counties. At the city of Stockton, there was the library out there being built by Patriot. And at the beginning, they said, hey, they're doing some kind of wonky stuff. And guess what? Patriot, the library is still sitting there, and it's gonna cost more money. I don't know the specifics of why it didn't pass or why it's not done yet. It should have been done. So as an elected, the thing that I want to do is keep taxpayer money local and have living wage jobs, and I think that's of utmost important to me. But also, how do we do it so that people can have the same ability to bid the jobs that are doing it now is of importance to me also. So at that time, I will pass it on to Supervisor Ding.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We passed our board strategic objectives last year, and one of them was local hire. One of them also was fiscal responsibility. The gentleman that talked about a fair day's wages for a fair day's work, hell yeah, absolutely. We pay prevailing wage, and it doesn't matter where you come from, that's what you're gonna get paid, and you should. We're short 500,000 workers right now in California. Our goal in San Joaquin County shouldn't be who gets the jobs. We need everybody making money. We need everybody employed. My hat's off to you guys. If I had, an environment where I thought it was politically advantageous to have a monopoly on jobs, I'd go for it too, which you have, and I appreciate that. I've got Santa Clara County that's under a PLA that's got to put a tax increase is going to be on their next ballot because they're going broke. I got Governor Newsom's letter here saying I'd love to pass the PLA, but we can't afford it right now because we're in a budget crisis. What it comes down to is we want competition. I know you guys out there don't want to kick your damn coworker in the teeth just because he doesn't have to be part of a union shop. I mean, we want everybody to prosper here. The process to me should be open, whether you're union, non-union, you should have a chance to bid. You ought to have a chance to show what you can do in that environment. I do think if you're gonna go down this road of going back to staff and negotiating something, then you gotta have, you can't just go in there with one group that represents a minority of the workers and just negotiate that. You gotta bring the merit table in to the process as well. The other thing is, and I'm hoping that's what you do, is send it back, because I think you guys are, I think your heart's in the right spot, and you're looking at, we want to make sure people in the county are making a living wage. Quite frankly, I wish you guys would make more than that, because then you guys can go spend more money at Gina's Pizza Parlor and other things. So we want money coming in. But we ought to be rooting for everybody in the county, whether they're union, non-union. Let's play them all. If you do move forward down this road, though, I think you've got to have everybody involved, include a merit shop. And then I think you ought to put a base. The only negotiating comment I've heard today actually came from a business owner that said, if you're gonna do this, You know, let's set a bar, you know, like contracts over 30 million for a bigger, you know, huge project. We can talk about that. And then I want to talk about one thing that wasn't discussed today. Everything that was discussed was about a fair day's wages, fair day's work, and it was about the employees. But, you know, we hand out a lot of resolutions and we attend rubber chicken dinners and we tell everybody how much we support small business. We're there with you. Some of us have a mental defect and we got into business on our own and we became the business owner. We risked our own capital. We risked, you know, everything to do that. We want to make sure there's an incentive for individuals to take the risk and be in business too, whether you're a mom and pop shop and are part of support the working family. Not all, you know, some working families actually own the business. We don't want to go against them. It's prejudicial to do so in this era of diversity, what have you. Let's stick with that then. Let's open it up to everyone. Thank you.
Supervisor Gardia.
Earlier, we had a gentleman, in my opinion, I thought it was a personal attack on one of my constituents, and I did talk to that group, and they had their, you know, I guess they read my bio, and they looked at my bio and said, I support strong labor, and most people that know me, I was a union president for the Stockton firefighters for some time and been heavily involved with the Teamsters back before I became a firefighter, and I feel like, and I agree with my partner over there, Mr. Ding, about supporting small business. I think we all want the same thing. We want to be able to provide for our family. We want the ability not to go over the hill and go to work. We want to support small businesses. Moving forward with this negotiations, we're not voting on a PLA today. To my understanding, what we're actually doing is voting to open up a negotiation process, correct?
That's what the board letter indicated, the direction that is sought, so correct.
So some of my directions or some of my thoughts moving forward with this is there's, you know, it's not like we have the opportunity to negotiate this right now. You know, some of the questions that I have, how does it work with our JOC contracts? Are we gonna set different levels of, you know, project costs, local hire type, you know, things in place to protect local hire. So just moving forward, I want to make sure that in these negotiations, I would like to see a representative from the small business as part of that negotiations and bring back to this board options of different options that, and give us, you know, if we were to go this route, to make sure that we have things in place to protect ourselves, like a timeline. You know, are we looking at, you know, 20 years, 10 years, 5 years, 3 years, ways to, you know, if we're into projects and it's not working out, you know, the costs have got to a position where there's that much of an increase. I heard today that the contractors pay the union dues. As a person who used union dues payer for many, many years, my employer never paid my union dues. I paid my union dues. So I heard that earlier, and I don't agree with that. So these are some of the things that I would like to see after today's vote, moving forward when we go into negotiations, that to give us some options and move forward.
Thank you, Vice Chair Dollawall.
Thank you, sir. I'm in favor of directing staff to open negotiations with the Trades Council. There are so many benefits, local hire, apprenticeship programs. I know a lot of young men and women who benefited from this program, and now they are homeowners. The tax dollars stay in the community. I commuted to Bay Area for 23 years, 74 miles one way. I've seen it all. It's not easy. So we should continue to promote local hire. I would like to see projects, you know, covered. All projects should be covered, not evaluated on a case-by-case basis, and the contract cover should be no less than $1 million. That's my suggestion.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. First, I want to apologize for hacking up here, and so I'm not contagious anymore. It was just a dry cough, so I apologize. A couple things. When you go into the negotiations, that portion, I think we all agree up here. I mean, hey, if you live in this county long enough, you live in these, one of our 8 cities or whatever it may be, you see all the commuters heading over the Bay Area, heading over the hill every day. And hey, I did it for a few years in my other life, and that's no fun. And, any chance we can have folks spending more time with the family, of course, I think everybody wants that, right? And you hear a lot about, well, how do you prevent that? You get more people to work here in San Joaquin County. So to our counselor, we can't have a local hire ordinance. We discussed that on multiple different occasions because of the constitutionality of that, correct? You don't need to explain the whole thing. That's correct? So what I'm getting at is, yes, all right, but what about we can do goals and targets, and how are those goals and targets enforceable? Can we enforce that?
Okay, you're correct. We cannot have mandates for local hire, and that's the case whether we continue as we're doing it now or if we enter into a PLA. We cannot have mandates. We can have goals. We can have a process which encourages local hire. We can have a process which may have the effect of increasing local hire, but we can't mandate local hire given the facts as they are. And as I said, that's the case whether we are in a PLA or whether we continue with the process we have currently.
But we can have goals and targets that is not, I guess, it's not enforceable, or, well, I guess you guys can dish that out when you guys do the negotiations, but at least I think everybody in this room that we were discussing, right, in order to alleviate traffic going over the hill out of this county is having more folks work here, and hopefully we'll have a goal and target that dictates that. Also a threshold, whatever that amount may be. I'm sure you guys are going to be discussing that. As this gentleman mentioned earlier, and, thank you for your service. That's very impressive, so, God bless you and your family. And, a threshold, whatever that threshold may be, is something that I guess will come out of negotiations. You look at me like I'm crazy.
Yeah, no, I know what you're saying. I don't know if
Yeah,
you were,
but
I don't know if it was a rhetorical question or
But
whether
yeah,
you want
so
the request.
just-
Yes,
I guess
yes.
that's a statement.
The thresholds will be something that needs to be worked out, and to the extent the board, if it decides to move forward with this, can provide guidance on the thresholds, that would be good, because otherwise it's sort of up to staff's discretion, and we're not the policymakers. So to the extent that the board can tell us.
Okay, and again, it's, my district is South County, we have I have 205, those of you know what I used to do before work as a law enforcement officer. I've seen traffic, 20 years ago from what it was to what it is now, and you have 150,000 plus cars going to 205 every single day over the hill, for work. We need to get these workers back here in this county, and so there you go. But thank you, Chairman, for your patience. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak?
I just have one more comment.
Supervisor Dean, you have the floor.
Kind of a colloquy with Supervisor Dollywall. I had gotten those policy advices from General Counsel last night too, which I don't know if I exactly like them planting those seeds of the $1 million threshold. Sonny, I can't fix a toilet for $1 million anymore. It's just, if you're gonna come up with a threshold, it's gotta be real. I had the hood cleaned on the restaurant. Gina can relate to that. It was $1,000 to have the hood cleaned on my stove this morning. It's gotta be real, and it's gotta be a real threshold that allows 2 of our largest open shops in the county that employ so many workers, do so much in the community, who've built ballparks in this county to be able to compete. So that's why, to me, you're looking $25, $30 million, not $1 million. They could go change light bulbs at 6 South El Dorado and do that, but that's about it. So I hope we're reasonable about thresholds, and it's got to be a real number. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman? Supervisor Ding, I hear you loud and clear, but we have to start somewhere, so
So let's start at 50.
let them negotiate.
Okay, so we have a motion from Supervisor Dollywall, right?
So moved.
Well, what's the what exactly?
What is?
The
what do you-
motion is to direct county staff to open negotiations with the Trades Council.
Through,
You're gonna, without having anybody else involved in it?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, I'd like to make a friendly amendment, because again, what you're asking us to do is discriminatory. You're opening a negotiation with one section, and you're eliminating our small business owners and companies. My friendly amendment would be to include representatives from either Merit Roundtable or private individuals too. You can't kick in the teeth those people that have been building our community and providing for years and just go into negotiations with one group. It's just not cool. That would be my friendly amendment. You should see my unfriendly amendment.
First,
acceptable?
a second.
Is the county council, is that discriminatory, the motion that I made?
well, the question is whether or not you wish to amend your motion to include what Supervisor Ding has suggested. And if I could, to the extent you wish to address it, you may wish to include in your direction, because otherwise it's up to county staff, and we're not policymakers, so we'll use our best judgment, but to the extent that you wish to address the issue of what the threshold would be in terms of dollar amounts, that would be helpful. To the extent you wish to address the issue of whether we should have some type of local preference insofar as it's legally permissible, I think I'm hearing the board wants that, but it would be good to have explicit direction to that effect. That, and also any direction as to the term of any PLA, that would be helpful as well. Like I said, to the extent you don't provide direction, we'll use our best judgment, but it'd be good to get the direction up front. So 2 questions, whether or not you accept Supervisor Ding's amendment, and then if you wish to expand on your direction to include anything with respect to thresholds and local preference for local workers and how long the term should be, that would be helpful.
But you didn't answer my question.
I'm sorry. What was it?
My question is, the motion that I made, is that discriminatory towards anybody?
I'm not going to characterize it as discriminatory. I think Supervisor Ding was indicating that it has a negative effect upon local contractors, and I think he was characterizing it as discriminatory. I'm not going to.
How about it lacks political correctness?
I'm not going to get into the debate. But it's your discretion whether you wish to accept his amendment to your motion or not.
I would respectfully stick to the motion I made.
Then I really wanted to be a participant and a yes, and come out to, something that was good for the community, and those I would need if, as your motion states, I'm going to have to be a no.
We have a motion and a second. You were second? All right, call for the vote. Motion passes 4-1. Thank you. This time, we will recess to closed session. We're going to do one more. We're coming back.
We do have one more, and we don't have outside counsel, so if the chair would like to take care of that last item, we can do so.
Do you want to push through it? Okay. Next discussion item, adoption of retirement contribution rates for calendar year 2026. Renee Ostrander, S.J. Sarah. While we're waiting for Renee, it's been brought to our attention that former Supervisor Kathy Miller's husband, Carl Miller, passed away after a struggle with Alzheimer's. So we could have a moment of silence on behalf of Carl Miller, Kathy's husband. It would be appreciated. Kathy Miller's husband passed away on Thursday of Alzheimer's, so if we could just have a moment of silence before we're waiting from Renee, so if we could do that, it'd be greatly appreciated. Thank you. Your thoughts and prayers go to the Miller family. Yeah, Carl Miller. Are we better off waiting till after we go to closed session to come back, or?
I know we coordinated all morning and she was trying to guess on when to be here, but hopefully she's,
Okay, well,
I'm sorry, yeah, she's not
can
here.
you do the presentation without her, or no?
No.
All right, at this time, we
sorry.
will recess to closed session for our closed session matters, and then come back.
Chair, if you don't mind, if she's not here, why don't we just push it to another agenda?
We can also do that.
Another,
Is it time sensitive?
if it's time sensitive, why isn't she here?
I'm sorry if I can, through the chair. I think we were trying to, she's been kind of communicating with our staff to find a good time to be here, so I'm sure she's on her way, running. But I don't think this is time sensitive, is it? We can move it if we need to.
I mean,
Their office is down the blocks. I mean, she's
It is.
literally coming from there?
Jennifer,
I just got a text, she's on her way, she'll be right here, but I did not get a time.
Okay.
All right, let's do that. Let's take 5 minutes, give her 5 minutes, and then, okay, let's go to closed session. How long do we have? Renee from SJ Sarah.
I think, Chairman, I think that closed session will be relatively quick.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's recess the closed session and wait, and then Renee will be here by the time we come back out. So thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Can we start with 3, Counselor?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
So announcing at a closed session, in lieu of the consideration to initiate litigation, instead the board decided to settle the matter that was being considered for potential litigation. Supervisor Ding made the motion, Supervisor Gardia seconded it, and by a vote of 5-0, the board voted to resolve that issue or that matter. The terms and conditions of the settlement agreement will be available upon request once all parties have signed off on it, and also it will be brought back to the board for approval in open session.
Thank you. So now at this time, we will come back to adoption of retirement contribution rates for calendar year 2026. Renee Ostrander from SJ Sarah, you have the floor.
Good morning, good afternoon, board members, council, CAO, clerk of the board, Jennifer Van Stein, Chief Deputy County Administrator. The item before you today recommends setting the county's retirement contribution rates for 2026, which are slightly decreasing for our second year in a row. The contribution rates are based on the actuarial study, which is attached to the staff report. And of course, with me today is Renee Ostrander, San Joaquin County Employees Retirement Association CEO, and she'll provide an update on SJ Sarah's financial status. Before I turn it over to Renee, I would like to quickly note that the presentation reflects market values, which are used for SJ Sarah's financial statements, and may vary slightly from the actuarial values that you'll see in the staff report.
Good afternoon, everyone. Renee Ostrander, SJ Sarah. I first just wanted to apologize about my tardiness. I was trying to follow the agenda, and all of a sudden, when you called names, I was running over. So I deeply apologize. I will make sure I'll sit here for 3 hours next time waiting for you patiently the next time I come before you. So what Jennifer talked about, obviously, what we're here for is to talk about the rates, but that was our impetus in coming. But what we thought we'd do is bring forward to you a little presentation. We haven't done this in a while, and so we really wanted to take the opportunity to share what we have going on, share the updates, and share what your commitment to SJ Sarah has done for us in terms of how our plan has been flourishing over the last few years. So we've got some highlights we'll talk about, even though 2024 is almost a year ago. Believe it or not, it does take a while to get these reports out. We'll talk a little bit about our final reports where we ended that drive the rates that Jennifer is speaking to. But then we'll also look at what we've been doing this year in terms of performance, the operations, some of the things that we've been doing, and then how that's driven our rates. And then finally, we'll talk a little bit about the significant savings that the plan has experienced with the change from our original tiers to our new formulas. And of course, if you have any questions as I'm going along, please feel free to ask. Okay, to start out with what happened in 2024, we did exceed our assumed rate of return. Our assumed rate of return is 6.75%. We did have, after paying for our fees, we had an 8.5% return, which is great. We've had that our last few years. We have exceeded our 6.75. We had a decrease in the unfunded actuarial liability. That went down from $1.55 billion to $1.34 billion. And the biggest news of all was that our improved funded ratio. So at the end of 12/31 of 24, it was at 76.5%. Market value, the actuarial value, which you see in the staff report, I believe is just over 77. We typically report in our financial statements on the market value because that is the actual value of assets we have. But for contribution rates, we look to the actuarial value because that helps to smooth it. So it makes it easier, makes the contribution rates more predictable for our employers. The thing I wanted to point out on this, though, is that this ratio We've got some exciting news about where we're at funded as of today, but just to look at this number at the end of 2024 was 76.5. Back when the county made the choice to do the additional contributions, our funded status was right at 60%, which is, very concerning for a pension plan and for its longevity. It takes additional effort and focus by both the plan itself and the plan sponsors such as yourself. And that's what happened. And so that's why we get to tell this great story today.
I have one question. So the 6.5%, how do you come to that rate?
The 6.75, so that, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
The 6.75 is a rate that we pick as an assumption for our assumed rate of return. Typically, that is an assumption that's put forth by our actuaries every few years when we do experience studies. We just did an experience study. That's part of what also folds into this entire process. And in that experience study, the actuaries, through studying the market, through studying economists, and then our peer groups, they make recommendations as to what they believe based on the asset allocation that we pick, based on what we believe the market's going to do, that comes towards a recommendation of what we believe we'll get in returns. And so we've been at 6.75 for several years now through at least a couple of cycles. It's been higher. It was at 7, and then I believe a few years before that, maybe about 10 years ago, it was at 7.25, I think. Yeah,
Okay,
7.25. So, so what our asset allocation actually tells us, just to answer that question, is typically a little over 8. So the expectation is that we do have a higher chance of, with the asset allocation we have, of hitting that 6.75 every year, which makes the contributions more predictable for our employers.
Did we beat CalPERS again?
Actually, I know we fell in between CalPERS and CalSTRS this year. I know we were close. I believe we were close to CalPERS. We were above CalSTRS.
Okay.
Perfect, thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
No problem. That's what I am here for. So one of the things that has really helped us in growing this, I talked about us going from a 60% funded status over the last 8 or 9 years to over 76 now. We'll talk about that in just a minute. But part of the reason has been because of the commitment of the county to provide those additional employer contributions. So the supervisors from back in 2016 had made that decision to make the additional 5% contribution. You've made that commitment every year as you rebuild your budgets. And what that has done, you can see on the chart above you, is that right there, just prior to that decision, we were pretty neutral. And then once that had happened, you see you see how the X's come above the line. And so what that means is that we have more funds coming in than we're paying out in benefits and expenses. And so what this means is this commitment of the county to do this, it means we haven't had to sell a single asset. We haven't had to walk away from our growth investments. They'll talk about a J curve, and so they talk about how in the J curve, in the beginning is when you're investing and you're putting the money in, and it's that tail end that goes up that really gives you the return that brings about the additional funding. And we haven't had to lose the opportunity to benefit from that J curve because we haven't had to sell those assets before they were ready to be harvested. And so that is, that's one of the biggest things that comes with being net cash flow positive in the situation that we've been. You'll also see there's the little uptick in 2021. That's when the county provided that additional $50 million influx of funds. And everything that's done has allowed us to grow that funded status for where we are today. So in bringing this forward, one of the things that we often get asked is, how do we compare to others? And while we always try to first focus on ourselves, what are our own goals? What have we set out for ourselves? For example, the 675%. Are we hitting our 675? Does the asset allocation get us to that point? We still want to take the opportunity to look at our peers and look at how we balance against them. And so it's not fully apples to apples, but we're getting it about as close as we can by doing these comparisons of our amortization, assumed rate of return, and then the time period. Some are calendar, some are fiscal. But I think this can give you, these charts can give you a good read into where we are. What we did was we pulled other county retirement systems, so they're organized the same as we are, and we pulled them from the Bay Area and those that are in the Central Valley to show some comparisons of where we're at and what we've done. All of them are also at a 6.75 assumed rate of return, which means at least there's that similarity in comparison versus if they were a 7% assumed rate of return. What you can see there is that while we are lower on that scale, we are not the lowest. But I think the bigger story comes in that middle column, where you can see in that middle column the growth that we've had. The other thing I would point out that I'm just so incredibly proud of the county is related to the fact that there are no pension obligation bonds. So you'll see in this list, those that have the asterisk, they have pension obligation bonds that they issued, which means that you're layering risk on top of risk, right? You have to pay back that interest for the pension obligation bond. Then you have to make sure that the plan reaches the amount they're supposed to reach in order to hit that. So to have this kind of growth, again, not even the largest, but the next to largest in that column, shows that there has been a strong commitment by the county to the funds and a strong commitment by the plan to make sure that this fund grows and becomes healthy. So I'll share that. The other thing that is important to show in terms of metrics is the approach that SJ Sarah has taken to running its organization. So the first one is the budget in comparison to basis points. So this is really telling you how large your budget is in comparison to your overall fund. And so there is requirements in the law that you stay below 21 basis points. So basis points would be a 100%. So for us at the top, you see SJ Sarah is 0.09%. That means it's 9 basis points of our total assets under management. And you can see there that we do run a very lean, a very efficient operation. We're very conscious at SJ Sarah to ensure that we don't add staffing where it's not needed. We try to make use of what we have. Oftentimes people do fill multiple roles to help make sure that you don't need to have the extra staffing, because what happens is as soon as you raise the budget, that takes away from the earnings that you earn each year, which then reduces your overall net return. So something we're very conscious about. The other one is how many positions we have in comparison to our membership. You can see that we run pretty lean there as well. We actually, over the last few years, for a bit of time, even reduced our total PY count. So we looked at what we were doing and we looked to see where we could find those efficiencies, and we actually, for a period of time, reduced our position count. I say PY, personnel year count. We did recently add one more, and it was for checks and balances and to assure a reduction of risk. So, but again, no large growth. The final one is benefit staff to membership. So looking at how many people we have that work directly with our members to help them with ensuring that they understand their benefit, they can apply for retirement when a member passes away, helping those survivors with their benefits as well. And this is the one I watch. We still fall pretty low on the chart overall. But long-term, this is the one that I keep a very conscious eye on because it's the one that's most important. It's about taking care of our members. It's the reason that we're there. And if our members need it, we'll do it. We do have we have some automation that's coming up, and the hope is that that automation will give us capacity so we don't need to grow it. But like I said, it's the one that I'm most conscious of when I look at different metrics. All right, so looking ahead, what have we done so far this year? So this year has been pretty exciting. If you turn on any kind of financial or business news day to day, you're not quite sure what's going to be there. And the market has been very sensitive to what we've heard. And so, but we have been writing it out. We have a long-term strategy, an all-weather portfolio that supports us, and it has done that this year. So the numbers that we had when we put this together, we had achieved a 5.4% return so far as of the end of July. We just received our August numbers, and for August, we were up 6.8%. So what that means is we have already achieved our 6.75% for the year, with still 5 more months to go because those were our numbers as of the end of August. So if it holds, then we will still meet it again this year. So that's pretty exciting. The other thing is that in late August, we hit $5 billion. So that was a really large milestone. We were sitting right in the high 4 billions for a number of months, and then there has been a surge recently with several of our investments, including the market, and put us over 5 billion. So as of yesterday, we were almost at 5.1 billion. So we continue to watch that on a daily basis. As expected, the stock market and just those markets in general have really been pushing our growth. It's been our top growth asset class. As I mentioned, we look to exceed the 675, and with that almost 5.1 billion now, we believe that, and in consultation with our actuary, that we have exceeded the 80% funded status, which when you talk in the actuarial world, you always want to be at 100%, but 80% is really what puts you into a green status. So the look that this has from what it had several years ago is far different. And that has allowed us to make some additional changes in terms of asset allocation. And I'll talk about that in a minute. Just to keep it really brief, investments isn't all we do. So, what's important is the connection and taking care of our members. And so one of the things that we've done is we have overhauled all of our communication, and we started an education campaign. We've done additional webinars. We launched a social media platform that is solely dedicated to educational purposes. We had an open house to allow members to come see us. For our employers, because we know our employers are the ones that are connected. We've done a symposium. We do semi-annual meetings with them to connect and find out what they need. And then also written materials for them to help educate our members and to help drive them to come to us when they have those questions so we can make that connection with them. We have a new pension system that we're working to implement. We did make a difficult decision at the beginning of this year to discontinue the path that we were on for our last vendor. And so since that time, we're working on a new RFP, and we're hoping that that one will launch before the end of the year. We've done a risk management audit. One of the most important things, we hold so much personal data of members that we need to consciously be aware of cybersecurity threats. We need to be aware of any type of cyber concerns that are out there. So we do a risk management audit. Our audit this year consisted of an outside company coming in, reviewing our policies and procedures, doing interviews, and then doing penetration tests to see if they could get past what we have. So we will continue to be proactive in that manner and ensure the safety of the data that we hold. And then finally, as I talked about, wanting to make sure we are efficient in what we do, we have invested in some new investment management software. With having $5 billion in assets, we need to make sure that we keep track of every penny and we know where it is on every day, and don't have to work about trying to reconcile or find it later on. So we've invested in some new software that will help us to do instant reconciliation. It'll help with journal entries, so it'll get rid of the risk of manual error, and it'll get rid of the risk of manual intervention for reconciliations. So we're really excited about that. Contribution rates. So to get to the point of why we're here, we had the 2024 review. These 2026 rates, as Jennifer mentioned, they are based on primarily two things drove these. The first one is that we had a better than 6.75 rate of return. The second one was that when we did our actuarial study this year, we did have a few things that the board considered. Some of those resulted in assumption changes, so we reduced the amount that we believe to be for COLA, what would happen with COLA, with CPI over the year, which drives our COLA, but then actually left some room in there for CPI for ongoing. The aggregate rate overall is going down. It actually has gone down for the last 5 years. So if you look back over 5 years, you'll see that the blended rate has continued to drop. So the future funded status, so one of the things that we have that we continue to show in our actuarial report is our funded status, what we look at, assuming all assumptions happen, which is, that's like pixie dust, right? That doesn't happen, but it's not really actuarial. Reality isn't actual, but it does give us a guide into what we're seeing in our future. Currently, as I said, right now we sit right around 80% with the increases that we've had so far in 2025. Looking at our full funding, we expect it'll be early in the 2030s that we would be at 100%, assuming everything else remains equal. It's actually dropped by a few years just in the last year or two because of the increases we've had above 6.75 for the last few years in our rate of return. In terms of contribution rates, so what will happen in our future? We have these rates in front of you today, but overall what we're seeing is there's going to be a slight increase in the next few years, just maybe 1% or so. If we have returns that exceed 6.75, that will help us to shave that to continue to stay at the same amount. We do have two cliffs. I've been talking with our actuaries because I know these cliffs can sometimes make it difficult in budgeting processes for employers. So we are looking at additional options to consider for more of a glide down path. So, and then those glide down paths can typically help with any kind of volatility that helps in the market to make it a little more stable, a little more easier for employers to budget. So we're looking at both of those things. At some point, probably in the not too distant future, we'll also see the realization of the additional contributions that the county is making for towards the funded status. So currently right now we don't recognize them in the contribution rate, because if we recognize it in the contribution rate, all it do would be like pre-funding what you're already paying, versus if you're looking, for example, if you wanted to compare it to a mortgage, you're not trying to just pay, you know, July's mortgage in February. You're actually trying to pay down principal so that it comes sooner. So that's what's happening is the additional contributions that you're paying is paying down the principal in that scenario. And so, but at some point we obviously want to recognize that, and so that will also have some drop in your contribution rate going forward. The last thing I was going to mention was on the Tier 2 savings. So some of you may know that back in 2013, there was a California law passed It's referred to as PEPRA, the Public Employees Pension Reform Act of 2013. It was passed in September of 2012. And what happened with that bill is it brought lower formulas to employees that newly became members after January 1st of 2013. The other thing that introduced, it introduced a different requirement on final compensation. So final compensation is reviewed over a longer period of time for these employees. And there were also additional caps put in for how much compensation could be considered for pension. So all of those things have resulted, as was intended by the bill, did result in savings to employers. The savings since inception for that is, you can see every year's savings there. A portion of it is general, a portion is safety. But the overall savings that the county's plan has been experiencing since the beginning is about $162 million. So pretty significant. And then just finally in closeout, we're hopeful that we'll continue to see this trend for what the markets have been doing. That's really helpful for our fund right now, obviously. We are, because of the additional contributions and because of the work that has been happening with our investment consultant, we are looking at updating our asset allocation policy. We'll be doing that next Wednesday at our board meeting. And we're looking to be able to take advantage of additional returns that are out there and available by shifting our asset allocation policy. So when we were at a lower funded status, you need to protect the dollars that come in even more, so you need to take a more conservative approach. But with the funded status that we're at now, we can look to take advantage of some of those additional returns that are out there and add that additional risk to our portfolio and then ride that out for those. We do look, as I talked about, we look to be fully funded probably in the next 7 years. It could be sooner if the returns continue to do well, and that you should see some significant drops in your contribution rate probably over the next 5 to 10 years. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Supervisor Rickman's first on the bell.
Thank you, Chairman. How much do we contribute, the county contribute per year? Approximation.
Okay, through the chair, Jennifer, do you have that amount for this year's budget?
Well, it doesn't really matter. My question was, we contribute every year. What if we stop? I'm not saying we are, but what if the economy takes goes downhill? We have a beautiful governor. God knows what he's going to do next. So if something happens in the state level and we're not getting the funding, as like what you're kind of seeing now with with the feds and state, then we got to pull back, what does that do?
So I'm assuming that you are meeting the additional contributions,
Correct.
not
Yes.
the required contributions.
Exactly,
So I just want to make
exactly.
sure to level set
Yes,
that
yes.
for anybody else that might be listening, because that is required by statute.
Right, I'm
to
not
pay the
talking about that.
actuarial required contributions. So what would happen is, I will tell you that while we appreciate it, we do not project that the county will pay those additional contributions. We make the assumption every year when we build our actuarial projections that we will not be getting them. So what you see, and for example, in our contributions, what you see in the projection of the funded status, none of that includes the assumption that those additional contributions would come, and the resolution that this board signed back in 2016 does end the contributions in 2026. So if the county is in such a position to continue it beyond the next fiscal year, when you go to approve a budget, that would have to be done.
Okay, I'm just playing.
And if I can, I'm sorry, through the chair, just to add a little bit more, if that happened, and I appreciate that you just use that and you don't use it, I guess. We have established a retirement reserve. So if in fact the economy goes down, we can't afford it, we have a reserve, and in place, I want to say it's about 150, I'm going to guess. I'm looking at my staff to see if we can get the numbers. We have a reserve so that if we couldn't use our own general fund to fund the additional 5%, we have a resource. So we could use that reserve for a year or 2 or 5 if we have to still contribute that additional 5%.
All right, thank you. Yeah, of course, this is worst case scenario, not like we're planning on doing it, but I mean, hey, it has to, I mean, you always have to look at the worst case scenario, right? Be prepared for whatever may come at you. But no, I think it looks great, thank you very much. And I think, folks that are watching, would be, pleasantly surprised that, you're talking about 80%, and you look at some jurisdictions, I mean, you pick, the cream of the crop, what is it, 5, 6 different counties, and we have 58 counties. Not all of them are in good shape as we are, because I do like to brag about our fiscal responsibility and, what good shape this county is in versus a lot of different, cities and so on. And we talked earlier this morning, and you were saying that when I was on the board, our return rate was so much higher than who we have on there now. Is that correct?
Yes.
No, I'm just joking. Don't say anything. That was a joke.
No,
I'm just giving you a bad time.
What
I'm just giving you a bad time.
we assumed would be higher. So,
Because when I was on the board, it was like 19% return rate or something like that.
If I recall, you wanted to get off that board?
I'm just joking. Everybody, I'm just joking. Okay?
The year after the negative 50.
But thank you very much.
You should reappoint Supervisor Dickey.
Yeah.
Right?
No, you're doing a great job. I mean,
With all his strength and wisdom, do you want him back, right? Supervisor Garcia. Are you done, Supervisor Rickman? Okay, thank you, sir. Supervisor Garcia.
So at what point are we funded? In the sense of like, is it 100% or is it 110%?
I think that's a great question. So there are actually a few articles. The funded status is actually very near and dear to my heart. I've been doing a lot of looking into that. There are articles that talk about the 80% funded myth. And really, a lot of people look to 80% and they're like, oh, which in terms of health status, 80% is considered green, but you should always want to be 100% funded, right? Because that is what you owe. And if you had to write a check today, you'd need it to be 100%, not 80. So, but 80 does give you, because we are a long-term plan, so we look, our investment horizon is 30 years. We're looking for returns. What do you receive over a 30-year basis, a 20-year basis? Because that's the length of a career in public service. And so I would tell you that you want to be 100, that green is very positive and it leaves you with those options. Really what you need to look at is not just the funded status though, but it's also where are you in your plan? Is your plan cash flow positive or is it net cash flow negative? Because if it's net cash flow negative, you really need to have a different asset allocation mix to be able to have the money that you need to pay the benefit to not interrupt the other investments that you've made. So, while I am excited about SJ Sarah's trajectory and where we've gone with our funded status, and I fully expect that it's going to continue on that trajectory for the next few years, we're actually doing a lot of work internally right now. One of the top things on my plate is looking at full funded status and looking at what changes and what triggers do we need to put in place as we get closer to this 100%. We're going to need to make changes in asset allocation. That's going to change our net cash flow, and all of that needs to come into play. Even changes in retirements. So I've been looking at retirement trends with the change from the tier, the original tier that's in place, tier 1 for this county, to the PEPRA that are in tier 2 and tier 2B. I believe there's going to be a lull right in the middle where people are not going to retire. And so because they can't continue on that same trajectory because they have different levels of benefits. So I have a feeling we might actually experience a bit of a dip and then come back up. And so trying to plan for all of that, because all of that changes how cash flow works.
Yeah,
That's a very long answer, I think, to what
No,
you were asking.
I agree with you on that. And the other one was that slide that showed that large dip. And the board's gonna look at more of a gradual so that we have the ability to plan accordingly.
That's exactly what I'm going to be asking the board for. And all of that is part of getting into this the full funding policy that I want to look at and trying to provide it. Because I do agree, having these big drops make it more difficult to manage. And so using a glide path that also will account for changes in volatility in the market. So it makes it a little bit easier for you as an employer to plan.
And just one more, so to add to it. So I was at the Defer Comp conference down in San Diego and you know, listening to all the different groups talking about Defer Comp and the biggest cost to a retiree is healthcare. And I would say it's the same when it comes to our retirement benefits, is your healthcare is gonna take the biggest chunk of your retirement. Has SJ Sura looked at any type of trust, like a healthcare trust? Or is that something that's not in in your scope of practice?
It is not. So to look at anything, so according to the SURL, the county's retirement law, so the law that governs what we do in retirement, we're not allowed to spend any of our money to look at anything outside of retirement. So so that would require that requires outside funds. Currently today, the county holds the retiree's health contract. So the Department of Human Resources actually holds that contract. We do assist in administering. We do have money that offsets those costs so that we're not using pension funds for those efforts. But that is held with the Department of Human Resources.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Are we voting on?
Through the chair, though, I think staff has that number that I was referring to earlier in the reserve, so if I could ask Jennifer to give you that number.
Thank you, Sandy. Yeah, so as of June 30, the total amount in reserves was about 137 million. That's divided up between two different funds. We have an unfunded pension reserve that's at about 75 million, and then separately we have our PARS trust, which is held outside the county treasury. That was at about 61.9 million.
Okay. Perfect. So those are rainy day funds, okay? All right, we need a motion and a second.
So moved.
Motion and a second. Call for the vote. Motion passes 5-0. Move on to board members' comments.
I've got one.
You have the floor, sir.
It's a public service announcement. So I've been loading documents on my phones to make it easier. And I came up with one yesterday and it said your PDA, is that right? For public, or my switching languages, to open a document, your PDA file, was out of date, please update. So I hit the button and my screen just went boom, boom, ads and all kinds of, scrolled it out and taken out to Netflix. Anyway, when I got to Verizon, they just said the new Trojan horse virus is that. When you go on the phone and you're trying to open a document and it says you need to update your document reader.
PDF files.
PDA is probably a sexual comment, yeah, public displays of affection. Anyway, that's the new Trojan horse. So be careful about upgrading your document readers. But Verizon, his name was Tsunami, was the rep at the Lodi store. In an hour, he had recovered everything off my phone, unplugged me from life support, and I was good to go, so.
His literal name was Tsunami? Yes. Wow. It's, comments, questions? I just have a few to go through real quick. Just ribbon cuttings, the Commons and the Head Start program, events, the Delta College Career Fair, in Supervisor Ding's district, they're doing groundwater rejuvenation, which is part of Woodbridge East territory, so that's good that for you, that we will actually be putting water back into the ground. Attended a farm workers event, the Gold Star Memorial on Sunday morning, and Supervisor Gardia's staff, Mike Anderson spoke. Stockton Symphony, domestic violence kickoff, Code Stack had a groundbreaking right down the block for their new building, which they're gonna remodel. The Delta College Gala, Jesus in the City, Pride event, Red Mass, which a couple of us attended at Annunciation, where Judge Callahan was honored. A call with Sajafka with Army Corps of Engineers, and last night we went and celebrated Escalon as part of our 175th anniversary tour. Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. I have a ton of stuff here, but I'm not going to mention everything. I think, we're all been very busy, and mostly in September, October seems to be the very, very busy month. I just want to point out that on Friday, myself and my Chief of Staff, Scott Tyrell, and Brandy Hopkins, the CEO's office, we attended the ribbon cutting for the Tracy American Legion Post 172 newly renovated building. And the reason I bring this up is that this board allocated part of the ARPA funding, over $900,000 for this facility. And this facility was a 50-plus, there's Brandy back there. So thank you very much for attending. But, over a 50-plus year old building, and to see what it was before and see what it is now is just a huge difference. And it looks like a brand new building. And I know our veterans at the American Legion were very, very appreciative of that. They were very happy, and the community was impressed. It just shows our commitment here on this board to our veterans and to those who, go out there and fight for our freedom. We owe them that, amount of respect and to take care of our veterans, when we can. So to Brandy, thank you to our CEO's office, to everybody in this county, when we dealt with these ARPA funds, they have been put to good use in our communities. So I just wanted to let folks know about that, so thank you.
Perfect, thank you. And trunk or treat, SJ Parks tomorrow, 4 o'clock in the afternoon? Friday, Friday.
Friday, 4 o'clock is when it starts. The public can go to the SJ Parks website to purchase tickets.
Thank you very much. Anybody else?
Oh, real quick. Sure. Rochelle, you were telling me, I know Home Depot sells that big Chewbacca. Are you going to be able to purchase that and put it in your office? With your own funds, of course.
I've contacted the auditor and he said no.
No, this is just with Rochelle, the board funds.
I'll be seeking district funding for that.
I was giving you a bad time.
All right, perfect. With no further comments, we'll adjourn the meeting.
Come on, Rochelle, step up.
2 o'clock.